The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Elite grandmasters put on a show at the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Players were ecstatic to be back in the capital city and excited to tackle the first classical event of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. Reigning GCT champ and 2023 Superbet Chess Classic winner Fabiano Caruana looked to repeat last year's result, taking an early lead. Despite exciting games every round, perfect preparation and utter determination led to an abundance of fighting draws, leaving the standings deadlocked. With a pack of hopefuls in hot pursuit, Caruana controlled his own destiny, with a win clinching the event, a draw forcing a playoff, and a loss leading to potential disaster. An unfortunate misstep created the opportunity for his rivals to pull out the clutch results needed to force a dramatic four-way playoff. However, it was a mere formality as Fabiano Caruana decimated his opponents, sweeping the field to become back-to-back champion. After an incredible event in Romania, tour players shift their focus to a brand new city and faster time control as they travel to Zagreb for the next leg of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour, the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia.
Welcome, chess fans, to Zagreb, Croatia, the host of the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz. We have the best chess players on the planet. We have an exciting new time format. I cannot wait for the games to begin. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
After a long, hard fight in Romania, we move on to fast chess. The best in the world have come to Zagreb, Croatia for Rapid Blitz, and it all starts right now. Hello and welcome. It's the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be in the studios alongside Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Evgenij Miroshnichenko.
Been a long time. Lovely to see you both. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour. Yes, indeed, it's Rapid and Blitz, and the pace is going to be furious. Jovi, do the honors. Tell us about our competitors. Who's in the field?
Well, we have some familiar faces from Romania. There you can see Fabiano, Caruana, Nepomniachtchi, Alireza, Firouzja are the rating favorites, but we do have wild cards: Levon, Aronian, Vidit, Gujrathi, and local hero Ivan Saric. This one is so exciting. You know, the best players in the world, they're going to produce entertainment for sure.
Absolutely. And tell us about the format for this SuperUnited.
Well, it's a 10-player round robin, and it does have two portions. The rapid portion is going to be played at time control of 25 minutes plus 10-second increment per move. The blitz, well, shorter, of course, 5 minutes plus a 2-second increment, no draw offers. And when it comes to the rapid, well, it's going to be 2 points for the win, 1 point for a draw, nothing if you lose. And for blitz, you have the standard scoring system.
Great. And our schedule.
Yes, well, we are in for a treat, guys, because we do have 3 days of rapid action. That will be 3 rounds per day. And then over the weekend, the blitz begins. It's my favorite part.
Yes, it is.
And mark your calendars, because on Sunday, July the 14th, this is when everything is going to get decided. And if there's a tie break for first, well, there will be playoffs.
Ooh, we just saw some playoffs. Thank you, Jovi. I can't wait. We're back. Rapid and Blitz.
Rapid and Blitz, yes.
Tell us about it.
Well, before that, the Grand Chess Tour over the years, it grew and kept adding new destinations, turning our players in sort of a globetrotters. So let's find out where exactly do they play this time. So they play in the beautiful country of Croatia. Located on the banks of Adriatic Sea, Croatia is called one of the safest places on earth. Since declaring independence from the former Yugoslavia in 1991, Croatia has developed into a charming and inviting tourist destination. Our tournament is being held in the capital, Zagreb, for a fourth consecutive year. Croatia is always a favorite tour stop for the best chess players in the world. And speaking of best chess players in the world, let's check. Well, we start with Rapid, so it makes sense to start with the live Rapid ratings and check whom from the top 10 we will have in our tournament. And it's going to be Jan Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano, Caruana, some familiar names. We've seen them not so long ago. Addition of Levon, Aronian as the wild card makes it, well, exciting. And MBL is, of course, there.
Well, welcome back, Levon. Good to have you. Even as a wild card, he's been such a traditional tour player. But it's my pleasure to introduce two of our broadcasting team, Anastasiya and Cristian, live in Zagreb.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you once again. Welcome back, chess fans, to the third leg of the Grand Chess Tour held here in beautiful Zagreb, Croatia. I have to say I'm excited. The action is getting faster and more furious, and I have to say the city is living and breathing chess.
Exactly. We have all players here. They're all arrived, including also the world champion, Garry Kasparov. He's not going to play, but he was here yesterday at the opening ceremony, and he will stay here till the end of the tournament, as far as I know. He's also having the chess camp right next door, next to the playing venue. All these young talents from all around the world, they came to Zagreb also to train with legendary world champion. I mean, such a great honor, yes, to train with him. Yes, Samonenko, grandmaster from Ukraine. We can see also Garry Kasparov yesterday. He was here also at the playing venue. He had this chance to chat with the players. He also made a few moves at the simultaneous exhibition. Garry will probably do the first move today as well. So it's really a big honor to see him here during this event.
And I have to say, his enthusiasm is infectious for the players, but for us as well, and for all the fans here in Croatia. Let's talk about the players and who I see as perhaps favorites going into the Rapid and Blitz format. And of course, I'm going to start with Alireza Firouzja, because in Romania he started off slowly, but picked up the pace, and I have to say he was very impressive towards the end. I think we're going to see a completely different Alireza in this one, and he loves this type of formats. Take a look at this. He's ready. He's playing the local hero, Ivan Saric, who is joining the Grand Chess Tour right now here in Croatia. I have to say, no, it's actually Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yes,
round one.
Exactly, yes.
He has a new haircut.
Exactly. Yeah. So actually he had a great chance to win the tournament in Bucharest. So it seems that he's in a good shape. It was your pick, Cristian, before.
But who stopped him?
Yes.
It was Fabiano Caruana, who unfortunately, due to the hiccup in the last round, had to play a rapid tiebreak to get the title, but he got it done in rapid format. 3 out of 3, he beat all those youngsters. And I have to say, I think he's entering this tournament in the absence of Magnus Carlsen as the favorite. Take a look, he looks relaxed. He got a few days to recharge, recalibrate, and get ready for this one. And who is he playing?
He's playing against Vidit. Vidit is, of course, all Indian chess fans are happy to see him playing in Grand Chess Tour. You know, I was wondering when he was here the last time, and in 2016, first time he came to GCT event, but not as a player, as a second of Anish Giri. He was there very young, almost 10 years ago. Look at some pictures. This one was made yesterday, but perhaps we'll have some from, this one is from 2019 when he played in Kolkata. We can see him with Anish. And this one is from 2016, such a historical moment. So you can see so many legends on one photo. Young Vidit, 2016. I'm sure all chess fans are really happy to see him, and we're also very excited, and we welcome Vidit to the tournament.
Guys, I cannot wait for the games to begin. We'll be here to give you all the updates. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis. We'll be here.
Thank you, Anastasiya and Cristian. And Jovi, tell our viewers what they can expect for round one pairings.
A lot of fun. And to take a look, already we have a big clash. Jan Nepomniachtchi plays Alireza Firouzja. Then we have Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces against Vidit Gujrathi. Then Levon Aronian, the wild card, plays the Blitz phenom Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Ivan Saric will have the white pieces against Anish Giri, and Wesley So plays white against Gukesh
Yeah, those top 3 boards, all of them marquee matchups. As there we see Garry Kasparov getting ready to make the ceremonial first move.
And you can see he's itching
He was
to
wavering.
move that queen's pawn forward. And there you go, d4 played. And some nice words of encouragement to Levon.
Yes, indeed. And it's so nice to see Levon sitting at his usual table. He's a wild card for this tournament. Hard to believe because he's been such a fixture on the tour. Garry having a really nice chat with the players.
Yeah.
He's going to take his move back. Watch this, watch this, watch this. He's going to take his move back. Come on, Levon.
I was expecting Levon to stretch.
Yeah, he got in the stretch first.
And then we see the handshake. The players are off. What are we going to get?
Here we go. I've got the game between Jan versus Firouzja, I meant to say. And it's not an open Sicilian. e4, c5 with this early bishop b5 check, followed by, very intriguing, an early a2, a4. So bishop back to c4. Never quite understood the system for white, but it does have its adherents, as after all, you've kind of committed the knight to a lesser square, I want to say. You could imagine that if the knight was on c6, wow, and now d2, d4. And now I can't guess at all. I was about to suggest there for a moment that in this position, recapturing with the queen actually has a lot to be said for it because there's no knight c6 in this particular case. Knight takes d4 is what has happened. And, well, that's more or less it. Let's go around because it's going to be fast and furious. Fabi versus Vidit. In Bucharest, one of the things I was really remarking about Fabi's play is he was looking to get original positions throughout. He's trying to get unbalanced but rich,
right,
strategical rich
we
positions.
saw him constantly dancing around in the opening stage just to avoid those long lines of preparation.
Exactly.
And here is no exception. You know, he's gone for knight f3 as the first move, and now he's backed it up with d3. Whoa, what is this?
This
Bishop
is
e3.
This is hilarious because this is actually a page right out of Duncan Suttles' chess book. Duncan Suttles was a legend in the Northwest, and one of his favorite moves in this position was the very strange and perplexing move bishop d2. The idea was to play queen to c1 and eyeball a chance to play bishop h6 as well as c4. Now, the point of bishop e3 is a little bit more, shall we say, pointed. What are you going to do about this pawn? But I might ask you a similar question. What are you going to do about the pawn on b2? The only logical move is to sacrifice an exchange.
Right. So let's go there.
Let's take a look.
The pawn.
Let's have a look and see how do we like these apples. Takes. Now give me the rook. So I don't want to give you the rook. Castle. And I'm in exchange down for precisely what? The dark squares. But how am I going to exploit them? Miro, if you don't mind, is bishop e3. Bishop e3
is a novelty.
Oh, that's early.
First and foremost.
Okay.
It's move 6 novelty, and in the game d4 was already played as a response, and you were looking at knight g4.
Yes, I
right?
was. Yes.
So apparently this whole sequence, bishop b2, and then interestingly bishop d4 is what computer recommends instead of knight d2. Yes, and you
take the rook.
Interestingly, well, you could take the bishop or the rook,
right?
And it leads to kind of the same evaluation. White being slightly better.
White being castles?
Right. This is something which it's really confusing. After castles, and you'd expect, okay, white has some compensation and this and that. Queen c1 is almost winning for white. So currently, the combination of h3, queen h6, let's say black plays a move, h3, you can't go to h6. Well, knight f6 is the only move, and then queen gets deployed to h6, and then knight g5 turns into a tremendous threat. Like, you go knight d7, you do not lose immediately, but this setup it's kind of constantly
that's
hunting
very-
you.
Yeah.
Knight h7 being a threat in some cases, that'd be very dangerous.
But interesting enough, Vidit
Quickly.
quickly responded with d4. Like, yeah, I've
I
already
know
looked
this.
at this.
I know this. Like,
And
what?
No move from Fabi after d4, isn't
Which
it
is like a
isn't
logical
it
move.
one of the few things that you check? Okay, I
Right.
attack his pawn, he attacks my bishop. What do I do?
I suspect we're going to see the bishop drop back to d2, and I suspect we'll see white deploy c3 and knight a3. And Fabi's argument is that, look at me, aren't I clever? I've lured your pawn forward where it will be
Yeah.
attacked. I mean,
Well, it can be destabilized as well. And again, you're just looking at this as if you're playing a King's Indian defense with black, but with that extra tempo. So
well, we do have actually, instead of bishop to d2, we
he's
have
gone
the move bishop f4.
which is an idea that he likes to employ
From
with the
the
black
King's Indian-
pieces.
yeah, that's right.
So yeah, why not do it with
reverse
white,
colours.
with reverse colors? Can we? Okay, so this one looks
Please.
really interesting, but can we move on to the game between Levon Aronian against
Of
Maxime
course.
Vachier-Lagrave?
Another
Because-
marquee matchup.
Yeah. Let's take a look at this one. We already have opposite side castling.
It's so nice. It's like, it's been a while, a very, very long while, that we've seen an actually standard Grunfeld defense. Yeah, I mean, both Levon and MVL are two, in my view, marked experts in the Grunfeld, and it's nice to see them go head to head. And as you just said, castles on opposite wing. Now, this is all very, very standard stuff. And there's quite a number of moves here as far as I'm concerned. F7, F5 is not standard in the Grunfeld playbook, but I've seen that move. I've seen Queen D6. I've also seen E5 and Knight D4 ideas. Queen D6, and Miro, jump in on this one. Great to see Grunfeld experts when these two guys cross swords.
Well, technically it's an anti-Grunfeld, right? Because white
Anti-Grunfeld,
plays,
sure.
white plays F2, F3.
Yeah, that's true.
And eventually we are getting a confirmation that our engine is not very clever. So it gives the awards D5 a question mark, which is absolutely
Standard stuff.
I know. False alarm. The engine is clever. It doesn't like D5. So wait
So
a second.
A6, King
So
D1.
Queen D6, relatively rare.
Okay.
King
I
D1.
think D5 is very common though. So King D1, and then, let me double check, Rook to D8 is like far more popular. And this is where you go D5. Yeah, because we've seen many times, D5 is the move, D5 is the move. D5, Knight A5, and so on. A6, however, computer doesn't like D5. For the specific reason, it's been, wait a second, so A6 been played a few times.
Right.
There was one game with D5, there was one game with H4.
Logical.
And a couple of times white tried to swap the bishops.
Okay.
By going bishop H6. So after A6, D5, well, apparently, no, it starts like, I mean, I don't know. Still Knight A5,
Knight
right?
A5.
Because the only excuse for kind of this not being good, I could see being Knight A7, because you've prepared a square for your knight, and then Knight B5 somewhere. And computer was showing it at first, but then changed its mind and says, Knight A7 is not great. So Knight A5, and then it's up to Levon to show why exactly this one's different. Yeah. Bishop D4 would be a standard move to exchange the dark square bishops, because especially since you've played D5, this bishop is very dangerous.
Right.
So it kind of plays an attacking role and at the same time defends the king in the case of potential march of the H-pawn. So bishop to D4, and we'll go from here.
Yes, and interesting position also. We've had such a fascinating start already in Croatia. So let's go to our man on site, Cristian. Cristian, what do you have for us?
Speaking of Levon, guys, I was having a quick chat yesterday with him. First of all, he just oozes confidence and gratefulness as well for being the wild card into this one. It's a pleasure to be around him. And he said something very funny at first for me. He said, I feel like I'm up and coming right now. You know, he's been in the circuit for quite a while and he's such a strong player. But right now he's saying he's up and coming. And I asked him, what do you mean by that? He said he found a new training program alongside his second. He said his second proposed this new training program. He told him, you're kidding, right? I've been looking at chess. I've been training chess for so many years. I don't believe you. And after a few days of using that new and very secret training program, he said he's a believer in it. I asked him, what is this training program? He said, I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you because everybody will understand how revolutionary that is and will start using it. So he feels he's getting a second wind. And to be honest, he did win the American Cup. After all, he hasn't played as much, but right now I cannot wait to see whether this new training program that he's been telling me about will work wonders.
Now you've got us curious as well as excited. Wait a minute, you know, like, come on.
Yeah, what this new training program is, what he said is revolutionary.
Revolutionary.
Okay, and will he ever go public with this program?
Revolutionary.
Yes.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
We'll see whether he'll get his second wind in the sails. You know, like Cristian mentioned, did win the American Cup, but this is his chance. You know, he is a last-minute replacement for Magnus Carlsen, who had sadly to pull out because of family reasons. But yeah, we will find out.
Exactly.
And talking about Levon, we were having discussions about predictions. Is that time?
Or
maybe
it's
we go
always a good
around the
time
board.
for predictions, but I wanted to go through the games first.
Yes, let's do that.
Give it a thought. After the move d5, by the way, Levon played a move, bishop d4, very natural move, seeking to trade the dark square bishops. I was also looking at bishop h6, which makes a little bit more sense if your intention was to go h2, h4. After the move bishop to d4, intriguingly, Max MVL decided to play e5 here.
Wow.
That's kind of strange. Grunfeld defense players, in principle, don't like closing the diagonal. You don't like playing f6 at all.
Yeah.
You really also don't really like playing e5, and we've caught up with the players so far. I suspect, well, maybe it's not still theory, but we'll keep an eye on that. I just want to go around I'm going to go to Ivan Saric versus Anish Giri very quickly. This looks like, well, the players, check this out. We have two games with bishop b5 check and knight d7. In one game, a2, a4 was played. In this game, we have bishop a4. Knight f6, castles. Wow, how theory has developed. I'm just perplexed and amazed. And look at this, kind of a Benko gambit style play. Black's gambit's a pawn for quick and easy development, as Black is looking to play moves like d4, followed by c4, and he's got a greater influence in the center. Finally, Wesley versus Gukesh. It's amazing how the challenger, Gukesh, gets lost in this field. Isn't it remarkable how strong the field is that you can lose track of the challenger? a4, a5, e5. Okay, I find this as a very ambitious move by Wesley. Knight f5, c3. And essentially what Wesley is saying is, I'm going to plant my bishop on f4, my rook on e1, my knight on d2. It's going to go to c4, and I'm going to suffocate you unless you do something very, very serious with your pieces. And that's the challenge that Wesley's facing. Now, what were you were throwing down a challenge, young lady.
It was only because we were discussing before this event started about who our favorites were. We had already decided that some people were reserved.
Who have you reserved for yourself?
I think it was It was very close. I can just have a look at the roster.
You got to pick from this field. You can't choose Magnus.
It was a close call between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Alireza, and I decided in the end that I think Jan will be the favorite.
Wow.
Will be my pick.
For me, I've got to go with a guy who's done well for me, Fabi. Fabi, he didn't want the playoff, but boy, did he show his colors in that Bucharest Players. Fabi all the way. Miro.
Yeah, so I was hoping for you to be generous, to leave us something.
Right.
Yeah, okay. In all fairness, I wasn't going to pick Fabi. I was thinking Levon, and a friend of mine for a considerable amount of time. And then relieving, I learned from Cristian that he's also training.
Ooh,
yeah, so that's a big one. Yeah, Levon, of course. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
We're going to go over to Croatia and ask Anastasiya. Oh, not yet.
Yeah.
We will get their picks, and we'll get VAR's pick too, as this tournament round one getting underway. Let's go to our marquee matchup between Jan and Firouzja. And by the way, just on that note, hey man, earlier I was talking to Ben, and he's got his own picks. According to his stats, I got to tell you, he thinks, like Cristian,
We can actually see it.
What, Ben?
Let's have a look at Ben's stats. Now, when it comes to the chances to win the tournament, Alireza Firouzja is the favorite, 27.6%. Nepomniachtchi there on 20.2%. Your pick, even though he's the rating favorite,
Only
Fabiano,
14%.
14.6%. And interestingly enough, it also ranks Levon quite highly as well. So perhaps it's got that inside information about this revolutionary training program.
Miro in the note. But Firouzja, I'm sure his percentage is very high because of his blitz, his outstanding successes in blitz. And remember, that counts for 18 points in this event. That's probably why Firouzja has such a high standing, or probability of winning.
It was interesting because earlier on Ben was saying that when it came to the rapid, Nepo was the favorite. But as soon as it transferred over to Blitz and you combine them, okay, well, it was Alireza. And as luck would have it, they are playing each other right now. And well, also incidentally, before we do that, let's take a look at the picks of Cristian and Anastasiya.
Do I have company? Do I have...
Okay, well, Cristian has picked Fabiano. And Anastasiya also agrees with Miro and says Levon.
Okay, we were not successful in the previous pick, though, with Nordibet.
Our resident expert, VAR, says Levon.
We've got 3 Levon. Levon's got a lot of friends on our broadcasting team. And wow. Okay.
I'm
We're
surprised.
ready.
I thought someone would match
Firouzja.
Alireza.
Absolutely. Quite a stunner there for me as well. Let's jump into the game of Alireza for a moment against Jan. And again, for me, Jan comes in as one of the absolute favorites because his play at the board, when he gets his mojo working, boy, he is a force to be reckoned with. Knight e5, bishop b3. Whoa. I said the knight on d7 was a little bit misplaced, and I think Firouzja heard me there as he just very quickly, but doesn't this invite f4? Yes, it does.
Sure enough.
I mean, it feels, what is wrong with me? I would be recapturing with the queen in a heartbeat here, believing my queen was actually doing something good on d4. That was not Jan's choice. He likes it on e2, castles. And I'm going to ask Miro in just a second if we're still on theory, because the players have blitzed their way to a position which, while it's very, very double-edged.
One person has blitzed.
One player blitzed, yes. Alireza is on 13 minutes.
Whoa.
Which suggests...
Okay, one player is blitzed.
But also, that I'll have something to add to
Thanks for the correction.
I'll have something to add to this. So 95, very early on, when you said, yes, like he relocates the knight, had seen only one game play. and it's not really favored by the computer.
Okay.
And I want to ask something here. So that's like looking at what black has. It's the Scheveningen setup. White developing the bishop to c4 is called the Sozin attack against the Scheveningen.
Right.
And then white has lost a tempo by going check and bishop c4.
Right.
But black lost 2 tempi going knight to e5 and to c6. So knight d7, e5 to c6.
Right.
And if you think of Sozin attack was considered
dangerous,
very dangerous, and then you play the Sicilian with opposite castles, and you are a tempo down.
Right.
But it's not much of a surprise that black is like in really bad shape here.
Right.
And what surprised me over here, Jan went with g5, which is very standard, but computer doesn't like it. So apparently black's counterplay, if you will, is connected with getting this knight there nonetheless.
Okay.
So computer's recommendation was to go f5, and well, it's a little black can do.
That was why we
And
put
then
the
you
bishop
just-
on b3 to begin with.
Yeah.
You'll have to go e5 because sometimes you'd have kind of measures to keep the pawn on e6 to guard the e5 square. In this position, it's simply impossible. So bishop f2, next move g5, and then you get to d5 square. In this case, well, it says like it's a huge advantage.
Yeah, that
Yes,
looks great.
it was a huge advantage. So now it's a little bit less clear position, but still looks very attractive for white.
Thank you. So, the move f5 to me looks absolutely,
Crushing.
yeah.
How do you defend as
Well,
black? And also
apparently-
is b5?
It's too late to defend. I think you have to try to counterattack and see if it works.
Okay, but well, we've got to dive into this one. b5.
Before we go for b5, let me just mention that after this, computer does this. It's a funny, in fact, rather standard way of opening kind of more files.
Yes.
And of course, like any sane computer player, goes king h8 here immediately because you don't have anything else to do. Just to highlight how complicated the thing is. b5 is very standard human reaction. I expect you to take, I go c4, I have my Sicilian counterplay. f6.
Yes.
Once again, I wouldn't be so sure if this is a checkmate, because sometimes, in an absence of white's dark square bishop, sometimes these things work. Apparently not here. Goes queen h5, c4, and that's queen h6. That's not such an obvious one.
That's
queen to
nasty.
h6 attacking f pawn, and then when you take, of course, I'd like to take with the h pawn and open the. Yeah, so it goes on and on. Even this one, it's not obvious. I mean, it's very easy to say white is winning when you have computer backing you up, right? But yeah, there are still tricks. Like black is not outright lost. After f6, the best move is apparently bishop to d8. And this is where, interestingly, you have to find, otherwise white's not better and might even be worse. You have to find the bishop sacrifice, followed by queen to g4, attacking e6.
Picking up a piece.
Yeah, it turns out black pieces are all over the place.
Right.
So queen takes e6 is a big threat. Like if you go back, queen e6, king h8, f takes g7, and now you have to capture with the queen and get the bishop give the bishop away, because if the king takes, it's a check, king g8, have to keep the rook defended, rook h to f1, and again, like white's just winning. Like g6, the next move. There's always something hanging, like rook f1, checkmate on f8, and g6.
Wow.
Here, I have no choice but to trust the computer. White is winning, it's almost +4. It's a long line, but it all starts with f5, and it's quite forced.
Yeah.
Right, and the clock times are very, very scary.
Oh, yeah.
Jan just used, he's on 24 minutes and 41 seconds, barely used any time. Alireza thinking at 8 minutes 38, and the position is already critical. And the b5 played.
Here we go. And like I said, when Jan gets his mojo working, he is a force to be reckoned with. In all of those variations that Mira was just pointing out for me, and we are in the game position, the one that really stuck out in my mind was the move f6, takes on f6. Now here, everybody is looking to play takes and rook g1 and exploit the open g-file, but this remarkable move, queen h5, quiet move, followed by this other quiet move. Now, I mean, I look for patterns and I try to brand them in my mind, but that pattern that is just unveiled, for me, that's a rare. I just haven't seen that pattern before. That's just fantastic stuff.
Wow,
We'll
it's
keep this one on the
incredibly sharp.
burner.
So definitely we'll keep an eye on this one. Let's go over to the game between Levon Aronian
Let's do it.
and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because also a case of opposite side castling where White has just advanced the H pawn forward.
And when we left it, I remarked on the move e5, which shut down the bishop on g7. Well, MVL didn't like the fact that his bishop wasn't working, so he popped it out on h6 to look at the e3 square. Bishop takes c4, knight takes c4, rook to d3, an awkward way of defending the e3 square, it has to be admitted. Oops, excuse me, that went too fast. Rook to d3, bishop to d7, knight e2, development good, b5, h4, and here comes these attacks that we like so much. Kings on opposite flanks, blacks, pushing to get the queen side going. White's going to be pushing to get his king side attack going. Who do you like better?
White.
Why?
White.
Because?
The H pawn has been activated.
Oh, there it goes.
I've got to be loyal to that pawn.
You look like you're happy with Harry too there, Miro. It was like, yeah, that was a good move, H4.
Well, computer doesn't like it.
It doesn't like it.
It gives just a slight advantage for black and is absolutely unimpressed with the whole H file attacks. So, for instance,
rook
one of the moves, rook to c8, which isn't even obvious what does it do.
I think
to be honest,
prepares c5, but
no, not really. But yeah, seriously,
for you to play.
Seriously, I would think like it wants to move the rook, right? But specifically to c8 is stronger than anything else. But nonetheless, after h5, bishop to f8, that's what it does. Bishop f8, I would guess, makes sense, because it has not much to do on g7, right? And white is far, far away from, let's say, after this capture. Well, it takes with the f-pawn, it prefers to take with the f-pawn, but this one's also playable. So normally white would have the bishop on e3, queen on c1, d2, whatever, would be going bishop h6 and trying to get the queen on h6. But now there is no such harmony in white's setup.
Right, but you do have f4 ideas.
And yeah,
and then
the h3 square is looked after, right? So if you go f4, e4, it actually is a legitimate idea. And
I was also thinking of some potential knight f5s, just blast everything open.
Right.
It's
knight where?
Eventually get the knight to f5.
Also there's g4, knight g3.
Yeah, like you go here, you go here. Yeah, that's something that I would like to do, like double on the h file. There was an interesting moment, happening here in this particular after knight c4, because as far as I understand, much more often they would get to c1 and not to c2.
Right.
And this queen c2 allowed bishop h6 at first place, bishop h6 going to e3. Yeah, but apparently black has a very annoying move, queen b4. And, well, you look at it and it doesn't make much of a sense,
King
right?
H1, just
bishop to h6 is the big threat. And moreover, it looks like it cannot be stopped.
Interesting.
So the computer gives h4, okay, we can't stop, so let's just go h4. Bishop h6, and now you would lose if not for bishop c5. You attack my queen, I attack your queen. And something like this. Queen takes h6, queen e3, forcing the exchange right before white gets to attack. Yeah, queen takes, knight takes, and close to equal.
By the way, we have a few moves played.
Let's update.
Indeed, the h-pawn did get motoring, but first,
b4
was played.
Computer doesn't like it. b4, knight a4,
was played.
Bishop b5, h5. All of a sudden, white's much better.
Bishop to
Bishop
G5.
here. Bishop c5. Well, so this must be why computer doesn't like it, because there is bishop to c5, which I'm still
Bishop
yet
takes
to
A4, queen
to comprehend.
Queen
Bishop
takes.
a4, queen takes c4, bishop b5, and queen b5. Okay, this is how it works.
Exactly. So bishop c5, so I'm skewering an exchange. Takes, bishop b5 and queen b5. But let's jump to
Croatia.
Zagreb and
let's chat to Anastasiya and Cristian.
please.
Well, I'm hearing there's some discussion about who our picks are, so I'm going to give you the first pick, Anastasiya.
Yes, I decided to go with Levon this time because first of all, he jumped in this tournament the last, because of some unfortunate circumstances, but still, you know, we have this kind of saying that the one who comes last, he has better chances.
There's some energy there,
Yes,
right?
Yes, and also like he was in a very good mood yesterday. I spoke to him. We had an interview, and he was very excited. He said it's a privilege, you know, to play in such an event. So he's always, you know, seemed to be very positive and happy to play in this event. And last time I also picked him for the American Cup. And you remember what happened? I won.
Yes, I remember. Do you have any insight into his secret training program? He told me something about it. Did he tell you anything about it?
What I really know that 3 days ago he was also in Nathan's chess club, you know. So and I was here and he was in Nathan's chess club, the club which I normally also come. So I think it's like some circumstances which I had to take into account when I choose my pick.
Well, that's a good pick. Definitely, if his secret program is working, I'm going to have to go with my guy on this one, Fabiano Caruana. I didn't pick him in the last tournament. I gave him to you, Yasser, but this time I'm reclaiming him. I'm going to say Fabiano. He's showing great timing in the rapid portion, especially after those 3 victories in the tiebreaks in Romania. So I'm feeling good about my pick. I'm feeling good about his start as well. I was chatting with his second on location here, Grigory Oparin. He was telling me that he found this new idea of bishop to e3 after the title Tuesday at 1:30 in the morning last night.
This is really nice.
So it's very well analyzed, guys. Very, very well analyzed.
You know, Cristian, what is the most funny thing? That we had this really nice picks. Now it's really championship of St. Louis.
Yes.
Even it's happening here between us.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So
How about you guys? What are your picks?
Well, you're late to the game, Christian. I was ahead of you with Fabi, and Levon is getting a lot of love from our broadcasting team.
I went for Nepo. The computer, on the other hand, chose Alireza.
Yes,
I think
by
we
far.
need
And we
to-
overlooked the computer
Yeah,
screen.
You cannot pick Fabiano 2 times in a row consecutively.
Hey,
That's a
won
rule.
with I won
Did you
with
not know about this rule?
Fabi. I won with Fabi. Come on, the guy is performing. I mean, you
don't
threw
get
him
to
under
keep
the
him.
bus.
You don't get to keep him.
I lifted him up off the ground. Let's jump into the games because we have a big development in the game between Jan and Firouzja. After the move f6, found by Jan, by the way, the computer was pounding the table. Bishop takes e6, f takes e6, queen g4. Huge advantage for white, as it just happens that the pieces, especially the bishops, are just kind of befuddled. They're not on good squares. Queen takes e6 comes with a huge threat, and after queen takes e6, king h8 takes on g7. The computer was showing this as simply lost for Alireza. Well, Jan made a very human move, you know, grabbing this pawn, ripping open black's pawn shield. King takes queen h5, and look what we have. c4, check. King back, h5, and we can see that g6 is, well, I mean, it's on Jan's radar. And Miro, over to you. I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, this looks great. Maybe king takes g7 was an error?
No. Pawn
was
takes
okay?
g7 was an error.
I know that.
Yes. So takes on g7, king g7 is the only move. And
Only
was played.
move.
Yes, queen h5. Once again, question
Two
mark,
error.
c4. Yeah, you're reaching this position and you would think you're attacking, but in fact black has 2 moves which are acceptable.
Really?
So one was tricky bishop to c7, which seems like you're not paying attention
Not even
whatsoever.
what's
But
going
after
on.
g6, fg6, you realize that there is a check on f4. So it stops the g6 for a little while. Bishop c7, and black's plan is to go bishop e5, bishop g7. And you know what happens when the bishop arrives to g7? The
Your
queen's
queen's
getting trapped. Yeah. So bishop c7, but white in this case would have some path to equality. However, after queen c7, computer insists on black being better. So capture on g7 was a miss.
The same idea
So
of queen f4
Queen
check.
f4 or queen on the 7th rank defending. Yeah, let's say you go here, pawn takes, and
now you're
yeah,
going
and
queen
you just
G-
go queen f4, rook f4, and because
Your bishop.
this bishop has to drop to a2, or no,
left out.
going to a2 is terrible. So he takes over here, king goes, and rook d6. Okay, it's still pretty sharp, to be honest, like to be fair. Rook to d6, bishop goes to e8,
Right.
you know.
Queen c7 on the board.
Queen
by the way.
c7 on the board, yes.
And can white kind of play it a little bit more slowly because g6 is not running away, right? Or is this
Yeah.
queen e5 happening? So if you go king b1,
If you go king
or rook
b1,
F, yeah.
well, apparently you're not threatening much. So it just captures the bishop, and point being, yeah, okay, let's try to go g6, right? So takes here. How does it? Doesn't pay attention at all.
Bishop f6.
No, seriously,
Yeah.
like I'm even annoyed how, how ignorant it is to my serious
I
threats,
guess
right?
you got pawn takes.
I mean,
pawn.
one of the moves it does, it's actually bishop g5, which makes no sense whatsoever to me. Bishop g5, well, it guards the rook, I guess, so you are not checkmating on f8 in this case. And then after queen takes, it's because it has some counterplay here, or other winning position.
And let's check out the lifetime score between these two. And you can see when it comes to rapid chess, it's 11 wins for Jan, 13 wins for Alireza. Wow, these guys play a lot of decisive games. And
indeed.
13 draws. Wow.
Yeah, it was a decisive and head-to-head rapid. Remarkable there. And the move queen c7, it's these queen f4 checks that are the drawback. Because visually, when you see the pawn, the queen on h6 and the pawn going to g6, you think white is doing very well. But as Miro is pointing out, black's defensive resources based on queen f4 check really are turning the tables, and that is quite the shock.
And again, talking about turning the tables,
Please.
can we again go to a very sharp position between Levon Aronian and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave?
Yep.
Because when we left it, black had a light squared bishop. Now there's no light squared bishop,
And his
which
rook is
means
on
that the rook
h3.
is now going to be able to double on the h line.
Our focus had been on the move bishop c5 here. Levon had a different approach. He said knight to c5. Okay, a5 takes on g6. Whoa. Queen takes g6. I find that move stunning because you had mentioned that you would love to put a knight on f5 when there was a pawn on g6.
Right.
It was a piece sacrifice. Without the pawn on g6, it's just a great square. But Levon had other ideas. Look at him go.
F4.
f4 takes queen, rook to h3. Well, we can see that we're eyeballing rook takes h7. And again, knight to d4, that's coming with a tempo. And knight to f5. I mean, I don't know, but these look like very scary times for MVL's fans. What's going on?
They certainly do. Well, knight c5 was a reasonable alternative to bishop c5, and a5 apparently was quite a big mistake. MVL's a5 move. And look at the clock. So it's not what you would expect to be a preparation
is
from
way,
Levon.
way down on the clock. Go on.
Yeah.
Furthermore.
So a5 was, inaccuracy / mistake. After a g5, your favorite way of recapturing that pawn would be with one of the pawns, right? But if you do this, then knight e6, of course, and this is something you don't like at all.
The reason.
And if you take with the other pawn, then the same f4 idea, f4 pawn takes rook dh3 happens to be even stronger. You go bishop f6, white goes bishop d4, and this is a disaster. Rook h8 being a big threat.
Right.
So queen g6 was, well, forced perhaps. Yeah. Then white had a choice once again between like more positional approach, knight to g3, f5, the one that you guys liked, and f4. f4, very straightforward. Captures, rook h3. So now apparently you have to go f3, which isn't like that much intuitive. Otherwise, like your second best move is +3 for white. f3, the point on f3 is that if white captures, then you have some tricky tricks. Knight to d2 check, king goes, bishop e2, you win a piece. It's not impossible that you are still worse after you're winning a piece because white's attack is very strong. Right. But if white pays attention and after f3 goes knight d4, takes and goes rook to d1, well, that's not very easy to find. But apparently, white has a very serious advantage. Again, the moment the knight lands on f5,
it's going to be.
And is rook d1 the only way?
Yeah, so that's what I was surprised
because if you go rook to g1,
very
you
natural.
blockade the pawn.
Going to g1 is very natural. However, this pawn is not lost. It protects it with bishop f1, and which is very easy to miss, I have to tell you.
And f3, of course.
And
played.
then, look, I mean, the moment it protects it with bishop f1, you understand that you play rook d1 simply to have the rook not being arrested on g1, right? So to have some freedom. So this is as sharp as it gets. f3, knight d4, quickly played by Levon. So that's a very exciting game. New method, new training method pays off.
Knight to d2, what a game. As talk about starting with a bang, this first round has been terrific. Fabi, we haven't checked in on Fabi in some time because the other games have been so fantastic. When we left it, we had seen this different approach. We're going to call it the Title Tuesday approach. Bishop e3, bishop f4, knight e5, let's go. Knight d5, okay, we doubled the pawns. Vidit is taking some strategic risks here with these double pawns on c5 and c6. Bishop h6. A lot of toing and froing, but at the end of the day, as far as I can tell, white is getting a plus out of this. Last moves are h4. I see a kind of a combination of moves where I'm playing for maybe a positional game with bishop h6, as well as an attacking game with h5. Still, positions, I would say, quite sharp. Rook e4.
Nice move. Trying to round up the pawn on d4.
But let's say I go c5 in order to defend the pawn and maybe on a good day activate.
Of being very brutal and going h5.
h5, not even, okay, yeah, you're going for the...
I'm going for the
rover.
Yeah,
exactly. And what's our computer engine's of eval of this double-edged game, Miro?
Equal.
Of course.
It is.
Zeros.
Yeah, it is. So queen d6 was a clever move, and then after rook e4, one of the things computer does, it actually kind of starts paying attention to kingside attacks. So it's either h6 or h5.
Just
two options, right? But also c5 is not as terrible as one would think. Yeah, h5, and the way computer goes about this whole thing is to go f6. And so
G5.
after say captures, rook h4, that'd be g5 move.
Right.
So f6 prepares g5. And usually in setups like this, the move to have an advantage for white would be rook a1 to e1.
Right.
And this little fact that this move is illegal probably proves that white doesn't have much of an advantage. So, well, computers, they really love the h6 pawn, so that's what computer does after some thought, puts the pawn on h6, and continues from here. The evaluation is roughly equal. Both sides, of course, have their own kind of strategic trumps ideas. So if eventually black stabilizes, potentially his structure is much better, right? This this pawn. Depends on how you look at it, but on a2, it's certainly not a dangerous passed pawn. It's more of a
Right.
Not on A5,
But still,
that's for sure.
there's going to be some onus on black to kind of keep the compensation going. And, well, I'm just tracking all the games on my screen, and I can see that the game between Nepomniachtchi and Alireza has indeed gone into the direction of Queen F4. The queens are now come off. And it was a relatively sharp endgame.
Yeah, but this bishop on A2 is making such a woeful
It's horrible,
impression.
isn't it?
I would be afraid, deathly afraid, that after bishop to F6 and any captures on C3, my bishop would be a permanent prisoner on the A2 square. So that's one thing I would be very afraid of. Levon's game has gone in the direction where he did not play the move after F3. He did play knight D4, but after capturing the pawn, he did not play rook D1, protecting the D2 square against invasion and or avoiding getting his rook trapped. What he did play was a very natural move.
Rook G1.
Yes, rook to G1. And whoops, there is now an opportunity. I don't know if MVL has played it, but the strangest part about the move bishop F1 is it doesn't just protect the pawn on G2, very important, of course, but it also keeps the G file closed. I mean, if you let me play rook takes G2 and rook G3, you know, I'll just kill you down the G file. But bishop F1, this is crazy a game. But Levon
also down on time. He's got only 2 minutes and 38 seconds. And the big question also is how to untackle this rook from G1. Right. Is he going to accept that rook is going to be there until the end of his days?
No. Well, okay, but let's Miro jump in on this one again. We expect the move bishop F1, which was just played as we expected. Now, I've been kind of advocating, well, we have been advocating for a knight landing on the F5 square, but I'm not seeing anything decisive after. How am I ever going to liberate my rook?
Yeah, rook to G3. That's what computer does precisely in this position.
And let's say, just because I'm afraid, I'm a scaredy cat.
Maybe
there is knight H4.
There is.
Knight H4 and
so H6. There is also knight takes H6. H6 is apparently just a blunder. Knight H6 and Queen D2.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, instead of H6, there was a really funny
F6
line involving queen sacrifice for black, like. Let me see. F6. No, F6 bad. There was something which allowed white to go knight H4, and the computer was capturing. Well, it actually likes A4. And now, when you play a move A4 on the board, you realize that there is also something going on against the white king.
Yep.
Potentially with B3, A3, you know. And
just a tickle over there. Yeah.
Yeah. And for instance, you know, computers love those like made-up drawish lines. So now if you go knight H4 in this position, black goes knight B3, and it's
knight
time to
B3 check.
and it's time to agree a draw according to the machine.
You mean
king to B1 and knight D2.
Look at the clock though, because Levon, he is now under a minute. Do you want a draw as black? You kind of feel like things have gone your way.
But definitely.
Also, I'm not sure if Levon wants a draw. It's such a sharp position. Now, after some consideration,
bishop E3.
Bishop E3.
It was a very quick trade.
Knight C4, rook E2. Wow.
This all happened incredibly fast. Rook to E2, knight went back to E4, and MVL is really playing against Levon's clock. So shall we
take G2?
Take G2, and because of the
knight to
pin,
G4,
only move.
It's incredible, though.
Just a second. Knight D7. Knight D7 threatens rook takes G4. I got my puzzle rush tactics on here.
Right, but it's okay. You can have the rook.
And he's got knight G4 Now, knight D7 threatens rook G4 as well as knight F8.
I think you are very generous with Yasser. Why on earth would you led him to have the rook. Knight d7, knight e3. Doesn't look like just win. And I'm not looking at the computer. Knight e3.
Because of the
Rook takes queen, f-pawn takes.
8.
And
He's played
played
knight
it.
d7,
He's played
which,
it.
as we see,
And it confirmed by the engine. Knight e3 wins for Maxime.
Because that is a beautifully hidden tactic, by the way. You give up the queen, but you open up the rook.
Yep.
That's a queen on pre, by the way. I don't have time to take the rook. I'll take, and if I move my queen check, I have to give up my queen. And at the end of the day, I'm going to exchange up as well as
An
some
exchange. And
knight d7. So an absolutely golden opportunity for MVL to win with the black pieces.
no, he missed
he
it.
missed it. H5.
He missed it. H5, which is a normal move. After
Well,
which
to stop,
position
rook
is
takes g4.
Yeah, position is roughly balanced.
Perfectly
Yeah,
logical.
you just take on f8, go rook g1 or whatever, protect against the last rank, and that's it. Or the
So
first
we
rank.
take on
Yeah.
f8, take on f8. Why do I have to move my rook, though? I'm a little curious. I would plant my knight on
isn't
f5
knight e3 still?
Yeah, well, knight
Knight
f5,
f5,
knight
yeah.
f5 works.
just to, like, be in
Right.
your business over there.
But still no threat. Obviously, a knight to e7 is the big threat, obviously.
he-
but
he
you can
goes on
defend
rook
that.
e8.
Well, there he goes. He's taken the rook.
Knight f5, rook e8,
Yeah, exactly.
and queen f5 will be a threat.
And
Okay,
he's
knight
done it.
f5.
He's done it. I mean, this is all logical. Rook e8.
Rook e8.
Defending against knight e7 check. And as Miro is saying, queen takes f5.
Not a threat, but say the black's answer to queen c7, for example.
Exactly. And he's played a move quickly. What did he
He
play?
played rook e8.
Rook to g1.
Rook to g1. Okay, that's just in preparation for any queen excursions. We don't want to see queen takes f5 and rook e1 mate, so rook g1. Ooh, what's the clock times again?
Well, Levon, no, not much time, I'm afraid. He's around 30 seconds, whereas Maxime has just under 11 minutes. And I also saw the evaluation bar shoot up in the game between Fabiano Caruana against Vidit.
Let's go quickly there.
And seems like with Vidit's last move of king to f8, that was a big blunder.
Well, I'm looking at bishop h3, just reminding myself, why can't I win a pawn with the threats against the knight on e6? Bishop h3, knight c5, rook d4. That looks really strong, overwhelming, actually, for white. Bishop h3.
Looks good to me. I mean, bishop h3, is there any counterattacks of queen?
The other nice,
a3.
yeah, the other nice thing about bishop h3 is I'm working to also get in an extra square for my rook.
And you don't really want the king to step up to f7 and work as a defender because
No, knight
knight to
G5.
e5 check.
Knight, yep, absolutely. Well, that one looks really good. I'm just going to check really quickly, briefly. Nepo has somehow, his bishop on a2 got out. Okay, he decided to sacrifice his bishop for a couple of pawns. But whoa. Things, I can take a rook here, you take a rook, and I can take another pawn. All the black's going to have no pawns.
Yeah, I think potentially we are talking a very, very intriguing endgame.
Yeah.
Like being a piece up, but no pawns. Yeah.
Okay, that one
must
is
be
great.
a draw in this case, I'd assume. But
Who knows? We're going to go back to Levon just because the time pressure situation is forcing us to keep our eye on this one. King h7, rook to c1, knight f6, queen takes c7, Miro jump in. This game is super double-edged, but I see a pass pawn. I see a pass pawn on
black's
d5.
better. Black's better. Rook takes pawn.
Rook takes e4.
Rook takes pawn, yes. And
He's done
moving the knight is just terrible.
18
So you have to go
seconds.
for d6
Knight
He's
e7,
played
knight e7.
knight e7.
after rook e4.
Correct.
It's terrible.
Uh-oh.
Queen g5. Queen g5.
hits the rook, but wait a
Hits
minute.
the
queen
rook.
is defending.
So rook e7 is a threat.
So
And
d6.
d6, and then again, but it's terrible in computer terms because d6, knight e8 is something that is easy to miss. Knight e8, attack the queen, and then take the pawn, and the queen is tied down to defense of the
Whoa,
c1
whoa, whoa, whoa,
rook.
whoa, whoa. Knight to e8,
Yes.
queen to c2.
Knight d6, defend the rook.
Knight d6, knight c8.
Knight, yeah, let me check. Knight d6, knight c8, knight
He's done?
f5.
Yeah,
Knight
queen
f5.
g5 played.
Oh, c1 is hanging.
c1 is hanging all
I'm
the way.
sorry.
Yes, knight f5.
I was thinking that as soon as the knight moves, I'm taking. Wow.
And we do have a result. It was a draw between Ivan Saric and Anish Giri.
Our
So
apologies
first
to-
set of results there, but
To our
yeah, but the other
fans.
games were super sharp and exciting. So
Queen to c2. Knight d6. Somehow black's pieces got coordinated and white's pieces got discoordinated. Okay, queen c2. Kind of eyeballs. I hate being in pins. I aspire to break the pins as soon as they occur. King h6 would be on my radar. b3 is also a move.
Just to
Queen e5, sorry.
just to update you
Please.
on the game between Fabiano Caruana against Vidit, as we saw, Vidit's position looked very shaky, and indeed Fabiano is winning that one.
Okay. Queen e5, strong centralizing move, protects the rooks, hits the knight. d6, Levon gives away his pride and joy.
Yeah, but it's
that
just
looks
queen
like-
takes d6.
It looks like a desperate situation.
Is he
Queen
banking
takes
on
d6.
knight to f5 and knight g3?
He was just there, though.
Yeah, but the
The
queen
knight was
takes.
just on f5.
Knight
to
f5.
f5, the queen will likely move back.
Knight c6.
Okay, now we can break the pin comfortably. King h6 breaks the pin. What is the knight
Maybe the
necessarily?
knight can go knight takes a5.
You know, you're right. I might therefore be inclined to play a5, a5. Although I must admit, your knight is way off.
It's kind of doing its own thing on the queen's side.
No kidding.
But still, it's not that easy for black to advance the king side pawns. But you
True.
always have to be thinking about your own king safety.
True.
And, well,
Okay, is clock... what is...
clock time is really important to Levon, who's only got 18 seconds. But for MVL, he has just under 8 minutes. So it feels like he has all the time in the world.
It certainly does. You know what? I'm a pawn grubber. I would just probably defend the pawn, queen d5, just keeping everything, so to speak, under lock and key.
Maxime
and
playing quickly, queen to d5.
There you go. Just, you know, when you're really kind of unsure as to how to advance the pawns, just keep everything guarded, safe.
Right.
And there is a king on a1. Wow, that happened quickly. What did we just see? Rook to d1.
Rook to d1.
And now you have queen,
Queen
to c4, right?
Yes.
That I like. Trading queens, breaking the pin. Yes,
Get
I
your
like
king to endgame safety. Yeah,
exactly.
I like it too.
Exactly. Once we trade queens, then
Queen c4, and okay, the
the
queens
king
are
side,
off.
yeah, there goes a pawn, but at the cost of a pawn. I'm not unhappy. Rook to f4, rook to g4. Start to push the pawn. This looks like it's this should be cruise mode for MVL at this point.
Yep, I agree.
Rook to f4.
If we're in agreement that
Yes.
this is heading
Should be
Maxime's
a
way,
win.
it should be a win for Maxime. Maybe we can cast our eye on some of the other games because I
Fabi
also
blundered.
see.
I want to go to
Fabi
the Fabi
Maybe
game.
blundered.
can we
Bishop
quickly
H-
go to Wesley So against Gukesh?
Sure, let's do it. We haven't seen that game for a while, since the opening, in fact. Wesley, ooh, there is a...
He's got a great position, and Gukesh just 12 seconds on the clock. Is there a way for Gukesh to draw this? I mean, to my eyes,
No way.
no way.
No way, Jose. I mean, this is just not working. G2, G3, and Wesley is about to pick up, well, and the clock times, right?
Wow. Yep. 9 seconds for Gukesh.
The position just is dire. Can imagine bishop to d3, queen takes h6, king g8, and you just wait for the execution. The knight on a3 is making a pretty bad impression, I must say. How do I get that knight back into the game?
Yeah. And there we see some checks from Wesley. Wesley's very good at building up time on his clock. Queen to g4.
He's been
Big
around
decision.
the block. You better go king f8 in my view, because king h8, just no.
King h7.
Oh, I don't like that. Check and check on g4, and then the knight can go to c4, and we've covered the pawn on e6. So right now, if I'm black, I'm thinking to take. So check, check, and then I get to play knight c4 and reintroduce my knight back into the game.
Wow.
So this one looks like it's going Wesley's way. Ivan Saric has made a draw already with Anish Giri. Levon, he's doing his best to try to be his tricky self, but it looks like he's losing.
Okay, and we also hear
Fabi?
Miro saying,
Yes,
Fabi.
because you checked literally everything, but not the most exciting.
Okay.
So it's been mistake on a mistake on a mistake.
Okay.
As it stands now, Fabi is winning, but he made a mistake, and Vidit was back in the game. It was a draw just a couple of moves ago.
Oh my goodness.
So they're both in the time trouble.
3 seconds.
2 seconds, 3 seconds?
Yeah, but here the material count is huge.
Yeah, now Fabi stabilized everything. And should be
D4 and knight E5.
winning.
D4 is easy now. Now it's cruise. Now it's
We've
cruise
seen
control.
one easy in a tiebreak against Firouzja.
Yeah, right?
just to remind you, there's no such thing as easy.
Not when these guys are playing. But knight E5, the knight will be anchored in the board. Knight E5, bishop C6, that just makes sure that there's never, ever going to be a perpetual check, and bishop to D5.
Yeah, and well, it was a game with a lot of adventure, but I fully expect Jan Nepomniachtchi, Alireza to be ending in a draw, in fact. It's going to be ending any time now, yeah.
That was adventure everywhere in that game going on. Knight E5, what's the problem here for... So knight E5, knights love anchored squares, the bishops do too. Knight E5, bishop C6, bishop D5, and white's pieces simply dominate. There's no perpetuals ever when my bishop is on the long diagonal. So we're expecting that. Where would you like to... Ooh, it's going down. Somebody's clock. Levon is going down. If you don't mind me doing this, I'm going to go to Levon's game as king. Whoa. Oh, sorry. I understand. Rook takes h4 would allow knight to c3.
And
knight to
b4.
4. Okay, just a second. So what's going on here? I take the knight and I go h3 and h2. That looks like it's just over, right?
Maybe he's intending...
It is over.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, b6, you're not in time for b6 or any
Yeah,
counterplay
so there
with
is
b7.
one line. If you trade on b4, h3, b6, h2, rook to b1.
Yeah, rook to b2.
And rook to b2 is an important move, yes. Rook b2 is an important move, after which black is just winning.
Yeah, must be. All righty. So this is the current position. We're expecting knight b4 and h3. And we've just seen a line where the rook can slide over to b2, defending again. And there, he's done it.
Yep, rook takes knight.
What strikes me about these guys is their tactical vision always seems to be on.
And we also see a result. Wesley has won his game against Gukesh. So it's the first decisive result of the round so far.
And by the way, rook to b2, just perfectly timed. Now we can do practically anything, but the bottom line is black has passed f-pawn is going to net him a whole rook. He's going to escort his pawn up the board with his king. And there's actually nothing that Levon can do.
And on that
we
note,
have a result.
we do have a result. Maxime wins his first game, and there we just moved over to
just
the game
in time to see a handshake.
The handshake. Vidit resigning against Fabiano Caruana. So that was the final position. So 3 decisive results in round 1.
And 2 draws? Wow, okay. This one, we didn't get to see all of the adventures that were going on between Vidit and Fabi, but Miro, you were saying
I do have
winning,
a short,
winning.
short fragment here. So after Queen E1, there'd been quite an exchange, in fact, because Knight C5 apparently would be acceptable for Vidit. Point being that if you capture on D4, it's Queen E6. And if you capture the other guy, it's king to G8 even. Okay, this is not easy perhaps, but computer insists on this being okay. After the move we've seen, king F8, white is winning. And that's what happened. Bishop H3, knight G7, rook D4, queen A3, having this threat.
Nice.
Nice. And, white had quite a few options of winning this one. Queen E3 was the strongest, and this and that. Rook to D7 is a mistake. You would think you are winning all the pieces, and this is what happened in the game eventually, right? So you get a huge material for the queen, and then in case of Queen A5, for instance, attacking the knight and the rook, you take the knight, you move your own knight. But there was, rook takes, knight takes. There was one little move which could save black, and this is Queen D6.
Oh.
So Queen D6, you can't take with the bishop. If you take with the rook, it's king to F7. Keeping an eye on both rook and the bishop. After rook D8, it's king G7, and only then Queen C7. So this might have been a bit confusing. So you have to put the queen on a king on a dark square, and later on you'll get Queen C7 and win the piece. It's very hard to spot on the on short time, but nonetheless, just to highlight that it wasn't that straightforward as we would say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miro. And as Miro has highlighted, it was a round full of twists and turns. So we're going to go over to Croatia to get Cristian's viewpoint.
Absolutely, a lot of very exciting games. And just to build up on that idea that Miro was showing with queen to d6, I was a bit surprised that he missed that move. I was trying to figure things out without an engine outside, and I did spot the move queen to d6, but it just goes to show that under the pressure of time, things are not that easy. And on top of that, there was another variation that he needed to calculate, and that was after rook takes e8, king to f7. I understand rook to d8, king to g7, that's very nice, but he also should have been ready to, in fact, give back his queen. Knight to f3 was the one that kind of stepped me aside when I first calculated this queen to d6, because after queen to d7 you have knight to e5. But then you start analyzing this endgame and you realize it's just equal pawns, and most likely this one is going to be a draw. So a lot of things to calculate in under a minute, never easy. Let's take a look at another big one, and that was the game between Nepomniachtchi and Alireza. Huge chance was missed in that one. It was at this position, Jan played the move king to c4. Perhaps at this point he already gave up his hopes of winning this game, but he had a win in this position, and it's a very nice study-like win. If you go king to d4, and I'm sure this idea has been spotted by Jan, because it takes away a very important square from the bishop, a defending square from the bishop, and that is bishop to e3. Right now, you're not going to be able to catch that a pawn on a7 with the move bishop to e3, so I'm gaining one very important tempo. But you shouldn't start with king to d4, because right now, I can just simply stop your pawns with the move bishop to d2. What you have to do first is get the pawn going, a5, king to f7, and you're still not within the square to catch the pawn with the king. You should have the king on d7 to enter the square. Unfortunately, you're not there yet. And right now, after king to d4, I'm controlling the square e3, but also bishop to d2. doesn't work anymore because the pawn is already past that line of defense from black. And now I can just simply go a6. I'm going to push a7 next, and that's going to be all she wrote. And if you try to defend, let's say with a move a bishop to h2, that looks quite good, right? a6, maybe I can go king to e7, a7, and give you a check on g1. But what I can do right now, after bishop to h2, I can just simply go king to d5. I'm going to shoulder your king. I'm not going to allow the king to get close to my pawns. You're going to go king to e7. I'm going to continue king to c6. You're going to go king to d8. And it's a very important moment. Right now, I have to play the move king to b7. That's going to shoulder the king. Now I'm just simply going to push the pawns, b4, b5, b6, a6, a7. That's it. There's no way you're going to stop my pawns. So Jan had a study-like moment to win this game, unfortunately for him, and I'm sure he's going to see this moment with the engine, with the help of the engine. Is a missed opportunity for Jan, but still very exciting games, guys.
Thank you, Cristian.
Cristian. Very instructive.
Wow, king d4, big miss for Jan. Tell us the standings after started with a bang.
I know, it was
here
full of
in
thrills
Zagreb.
and spills, twists and turns. But we saw Fabiano, Caruana, Wesley So, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave all beginning with wins, thus gaining 2 points apiece. We have Nepomniachtchi, Anish, Alireza, Firouzja, Saric all with draws, so they're on 1 point. But goodness me, if the first round is an indicator of what is to come, we are in for a treat.
Indeed we are, and we're at that stage where we're about to take our first break, and we like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique. So let's see what they have for us. Unleash your passion for chess with our official 2024 Grand Chess Tour Black Cinch Pack. Made from durable polyester, this cinch pack is the perfect way to show your love for the game and for its top players. Get ready to dominate the chessboard and do it in style. Check out all of the things for your chess shopping needs at qboutiquestl.com.
Yes, and yesterday was the opening ceremony and the players drew for pairings. Anastasiya was there, so take a look.
Like those opening ceremonies.
I know. Yes, they do.
Hello chess fans, welcome to Croatia. We are very excited to be here for the Rapid and Blitz SuperUnited tournament. And the drawing of lots ceremony will start soon, as well as the press conference. So let's have a look.
Welcome to this great chess event, and I'm very proud to see that event, Grand Chess Tour event, now is set in Zagreb. And when 10 years ago I became citizen of this great country, I promised to make it the center of chess in Southern Europe, and it's being accomplished, and it's actually growing in its importance.
I'm really happy to be back to Croatia. I have always loved being here in Zagreb, and I once had a very special experience in Split actually. Had a very secret training camp with Garry Kasparov.
Yeah, it's an honor to play here. I'm really looking forward to it. And regarding the city, I'm having like a great time. It's summertime, so I went for some walks and I like the vibe of the city. Hopefully, the games will also give me good memories.
We had an amazing opening ceremony with Simul. Many chess fans were here, and it's time to go to the studio and follow the games.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the SuperBet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the SuperBet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the national championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Firouzja and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back. It is round 2 in the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz, and the tournament has already begun with a bang, to quote Yasser. So let's check out the standings, because we had 3 decisive games. Fabiano, Caruana, Wesley So, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, they all won their game, so they pick up 2 points and are at the top of the table. Right. And then we have Nepomniachtchi, who drew against Alireza Firouzja, and Anish, who drew against Evgenij Saric. Ooh, do you think round 2 will be able to top the excitement of round 1? Well,
Tell us all about the pairings and what we can expect for this round 2.
Yeah, let's go there. Let's have a look at the round pairings. And here you can see Alireza. Wow. He has the white pieces against Gukesh. Well, we'll certainly be focusing on that one. Anish, Giri plays old rival Wesley So. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave plays Ivan Saric. Vidit Gujrathi plays Levon Aronian, and another critical match. Nepomniachtchi plays Fabiano Caruana.
Those tables 1 and 5 certainly have my attention as the marquee matchups. And that game of Jan, maybe a big miss there against Firouzja, because then we would have had 4 decisive games. What a contrast between Bucharest.
Yeah, it's a huge contrast. So a few things. So first off, we've gotten those stats, and if you'd check them, you'd find out that, well, more than 50% in rapid and 75%, if I'm not mistaken, games are decisive in Blitz.
Right.
So that means it's so relieving for us, but it's very standard for this type of tournaments.
Yeah.
And one more thing that I usually forget, and I concentrate on rapid too much. I'm saying, okay, this guy wins by a huge margin, just to find out that in the last 2 days you have 18 rounds of blitz. Until the very last day, nothing's decided. And being examples, yes, if you remember, I think it was Wesley So leading like 5 points after the rapid portion, and then Magnus or someone else would just catch him over. Yeah.
Right. So, well, I'm just thinking about Warsaw and the Grand Chess Tour.
It looked like Wei Yi was going to be the runaway leader, and then Magnus just put his boots on and started marching, and he ran away with the tournament.
Yeah, like, you know what? I'm winning this one. Yeah, I don't know what you think.
Those two guys, they scored like 26 points and 25 and a half, and everybody else was like behind by, 6 lengths or something. It was amazing. But yeah,
these are fantastic tournaments.
They really are, and we've really been enjoying ourselves. I just wanted to say once again, in that game between Alireza and Nepo, I mean, we know these rapid chess, the rapids is worth 2 points. And, we've seen it time and time again that the player who finishes the rapid with a victory oftentimes wins the event. And when you can score against Alireza and be 2 points ahead of him, that was a big miss. And you were showing us this one moment, if you don't mind just recalling it for those players.
Yeah,
I
let me find it
too, if you have any difficulties.
I'm afraid we are losing the perspective on this one when we say Nepo missed the win.
Yes.
He missed the win indeed, but it wasn't in this tricky endgame 2 pawns of bishop.
No.
The way he missed the win was up here.
Yes.
When he could have captured on e6 and go queen g4 and continue the very strong attack.
Right.
When he didn't do so, when he instead, let me find it, he captured f takes g7, king takes g7, it was still not too late to do something else, and this something else, by the way, would be once again capture on e6. Queen h5, c4. And you would think, but the bishop's alive, but is it really on a2? Yeah. It has far less chances to participate in the attack compared to it being sacrificed on e6. So here, or rather, say, somewhere here, it's Alireza who's much better. So you could argue by the same token that Alireza missed a win. Yeah. Later on, of course, yes, there was a moment where Nepo was winning, and it was highlighted by Cristian.
It was a dramatic game. It was also a dramatic round. And earlier we did see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave also turn the tables as he defeated Levon Aronian. And here he is with Anastasiya.
After their game.
Maxime, what a crazy game. Please tell us what happened.
Yeah, I didn't expect Levon to go for f3. So I tried to remember more or less what I had prepared. I'm not sure I managed, but anyway, got into a crazy position. I think I was in trouble, but at the same time, Levon had spent a lot of time. So even if I blundered a few things, I was like, okay, I have some chances. And when the dust cleared, I was already 1 or 2 pawns up even. So I just had the moment because Levon was done at his last seconds. At some point, I see I'm going to 0.03 seconds, but I had 10 minutes. So. So I panicked for like 1 second, and then I was like, let's focus back.
Yeah, there were really a few crazy moments, and the moment you played this move f3, do you think he missed it?
No, I don't think Levon missed it. It just, he has very good initiative, and he was trying to figure out what to do. There are many options.
Yeah. Did you feel at any moment that it was really, really difficult for you with the position? And
I thought
which one?
it objectively should be losing, but at the same time, I felt like I might have counter chances at any time with, all my pieces active and so on.
Does it feel good to play rapid time control after Bucharest?
Oh, for sure, it's always nice. So I hope to keep it up.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much, Maxime. All the best of luck.
Thank you, Anastasiya. And for those of you who are just checking in after that interview, where Maxime was saying it's completely crazy, I just put the position on the board where I have played a lot of chess in my life. But you see this pawn on g2 and this black king on g8, you think you're in trouble until you see this move bishop f1. And that just like keeps the g-file closed for that half ply, 2-ply, and the bishop's on f1, and it was a really, really crazy game. As MVL just said, we're just about ready to start, but as he said, it was crazy.
It was crazy, but he turned it around, and he's now got white against Ivan Saric. Ivan began very solidly with a draw against Anish Giri. And for Maxime, it's the kind of game where you do feel that you survived a potentially very dangerous attack.
Right.
And you're in a good mood.
No question about it. You win a game like that, it really puts wind in your sails. I'm looking at Alireza, Firouzja versus Gukesh. We saw that Gukesh, our challenger, actually lost in the first round with the black pieces. So second black in a row for him in a very big test. By the way, Sicilian.
Exactly,
C5.
He means business. And
wow.
You can see Alireza taking on the challenge by going for an open Sicilian, and now this knight develops
Is it for Sveshnikov?
Yes, it is.
You bet. The Sveshnikov is at the highest levels, still very popular. Knight to d5, knight takes d5, e takes d5. Now, Magnus was experimenting with both knight e7 as well as knight b8 in the World Championship match in 2018. Gukesh chose knight b8, and he did so very quickly. Bishop e7 is the last move. c5. Whoa, 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 whoa. c5, just to boldly point out the obvious. If you wanted to capture the pawn, don't do that, because the move d6 comes with a double threat of capturing the bishop and knight c7. That was why very quickly Gukesh castled, and bishop to d3. Jump in on this one, Miro. This is news for me.
Right, it has been played before.
It has?
Yes, 7 games in my database.
7.
Yeah, after bishop d3, knight a6 is the most popular try.
That looks pretty good. It protects c7.
I was going to ask about this type of position. Yes, white probably is slightly better. And bishop d7, by the way, played. And
bishop
new move.
to d7.
And also a clever move, it seems. So point being that after cd6, you take on b5.
Yes.
And after de7, you take on e7.
And you've got queen
bishop
b4
check. Yeah, bishop b5, queen b4.
It picks up the bishop, and everybody's happy. I mean, white's king is still stuck in the center. So bishop d7, is that a novelty?
Yes.
Well, it's a clever one. I mean, I can play knight takes d6. I mean, I shouldn't, if I'm playing for an advantage of some side.
Yeah, and this kind of also
takes d6?
Bishop takes d6.
Pawn takes d6.
And here you can even do this bishop b5 trick again.
Bishop b5.
I'm just arguing that the pawns on d6 and d5 aren't going to be that strong.
That is kind of funny. I was hoping to retain the two bishops, but if you're going to play bishop b5, it's very hard for me to retain the two bishops. I want to be allowed to castle.
But one of the things I kind of wanted to stress about this type of position, white is slightly better. There's no doubt about it. But they have to play with a lot of energy to maintain that advantage. Whereas black's plan, really simple. And there you see knight d6 being played. It's just to kind of develop, and then you can take over the kingside initiative with moves like f5, e4.
If you don't mind me just asking a bold, if probably wrongful question. After the move bishop to d3, I'm just a little bit curious about the move e4 for just a second. So bishop takes e4?
Bishop takes e4, yes.
Okay, so now I just pause it for a moment because I want to combine ideas with queen a5 check and rook e8 because there's a king in the center of the board. So let me start with takes on c5. Pawn takes c5.
d6.
d6. So now I pause because I've got queen a5 check.
About time, because
Yes.
white is completely winning now.
Is it
Just to let you know.
All right.
About time to
Sorry
pause.
for trying.
But some moves have quickly been played.
What is it?
Yeah, so.
Yeah, that's
queen
an exciting position now.
Ooh, queen
A5, B4 was the response.
b4.
Yes, have my
I
pawn.
feel
and
like
both
I'm
players,
falling for tricks.
well, you say that, but both players are just instantly
Playing quickly,
bashing out
yes.
their moves
So this is all prep?
from both of them.
Wow. Okay, that's crazy. So hold on. So we saw knight takes d6 and we were expecting bishop takes d6. That didn't happen. Queen a5 check. Give me the pawn on c5. You can have that pawn, but take one with it as well. Why does white feel it necessary to give up the b pawn, Miro?
To be able to defend the horsey on b7, I guess.
Ah,
So queen takes c5, you can take knight b7, and then imagine the pawn on b2 is still here. Black would go like queen b6 or something.
And then rook b1.
And
All
don't
right,
go
we'll
falling
keep...
for queen takes d5.
Yes, no.
Don't do that one.
Don't do that one. Let's just leave this one, and we're going to jump to Anish, Giri, and Wesley So for just a moment. These two warriors, boy, do they know one another. It's a Berlin, but I have to say it looks like one of the more quiet, dare I say it? Yes, the Berlin is boring, but there you have it. Bishop takes f3, last move, and I'm assuming queen takes f3. Looks pretty quiet.
Yeah, and now the bishops are coming off the board.
Absolutely.
So let's look
Jump
for
to
more excitement.
Hey, the Sozin attack, the Bobby Fischer attack, making a comeback. So in the game between MVL and Ivan Saric, actually, Velimirovic is the player I'm thinking of. Velimirovic from Yugoslavia legend. He was a great attacker, and he loved these lines where you get to play Queen E2, and I believe he has one of them named after him, the Velimirovic attack. That's one we want to keep our eye on. Vidit versus Levon.
That's an advance, French.
Both players started with a loss, looking to bounce back. B2, B4, takes, bishop E3. Okay, I'm more familiar with the bishop going actually to b2 than I am bishop e3, but bishop e3, I'm sure that's standard as well. So that's a French.
Yeah, very standard for Levon Aronian. Oh, wait. Is it a new training system that
Right,
you
the
know,
French
resist
is-
your temptations? He always was playing e5.
Forever and
never
ever.
seen. Yeah, never seen any French.
Never saw him playing a French. So he is coming. He has been playing, well, just everything. French defense.
No, I have never seen him play French defense,
No.
but it is popular in
However-
Armenia. You know, certain
yeah, yeah,
countries
If you
have
think,
their...
Vaganyan, Lputian,
Yes.
Those
and
two
so
stand
on
out.
and so on. Yeah, I think it's been quite a few.
Yeah.
Like,
There was a player, now I forget his name. He came to Gary Kasparov to complain. He said, Gary, I have lost to Vaganyan in a French defense, and I feel like an idiot. And Gary said something like, well, join the line. I also lost to Vaganyan in the French defense. And I'm turning my attention to Jan versus Fabi, two pre-tournament favorites. And we have a Rui Lopez in this particular line, and I'm thinking there was a match between, this goes way back, Gada Kamsky and Viswanathan Anand, where d5 and bishop takes b6 was played. But let me pause and invite Cristian in Zagreb to share his thoughts about this game between Jan and Fabi. Cristian.
Well, I don't know if you guys know this, but this is Jan's 11th game right now without a decisive result. He had 10 draws, 9 of them in Bucharest consecutively, and now another one in the first round. He cannot break the spell, but he's definitely trying hard. And I have to say he has a great chance in this one because he knows this position so well. Perhaps he analyzed this for one of his World Championship matches. Perhaps he has analyzed this specific position for the candidates as well. He has a lot of knowledge and he will put a lot of pressure on Fabiano right now. And I do not like that bishop on a7, especially because of this c3 and e3 pawns. This wall of pawns that is stopping that bishop on a7 is completely shutting it down. So I'm definitely seeing Jan with an easier play in this one. And if he continues with the tempo that he has been showing in the first few moves, this is going to be a very difficult defense for Fabiano. What do you guys think about the position?
Thank you. Cristian. First of all, it's stunning to hear 10, 11 draws in a row when you're talking about Nepo, because that is not who he is. And we just saw his game with Alireza from the previous round where it was a topsy-turvy affair. Don't expect that at all. Really shocking.
We've barely seen him in trouble. Yes, you know, in the Bucharest, he was in trouble in one game against Wesley So, but the others has been like preparation, and he's also started off in a similar vein here, you know. He came to the game against Alireza equipped with some really dangerous opening preparation. Right. Now, as Cristian is highlighting, Black's bishop on a7 is locked out of the game, and that's going to be uncomfortable. Well, and rook c8, as I speak, has been played with c5, trying to break open the position.
Yeah, telecasting his idea that you may think that the bishop is out of the game, but, well, maybe it's not. So, for example, let's say we just throw something on the board, and I go c5, and I insist on blasting open the game. Well, you can imagine a situation like takes, and if you take, now we kind of understand the idea behind the rook on c8, is we're looking at an opportunity of maybe playing bishop takes d4 in the near future, although I do see there are some issues with that. But the move rook c8 is designed to play c7, c5, and if that bishop ever does get back in the game, let me play a terrible move for white and just indicate what I think would be turning the tables around completely. I think that's one way of putting it. A moment ago, you were shutting out my bishop. Like magic, you shut out your own bishop and open up mine. Talk about a 2-for-1er. Jump in on this one, Miro. What do you think about the opening and how does he engine this?
I have no idea about this opening, but I was able to identify that apparently Fabi's knight a5 was a novelty in this specific position.
Whoa.
So, well, yeah, and the position after knight d8, and this is where Cristian said that white's more comfortable. I also thought, like, yes, it does look pleasant, but in the long run, if black gets to play c5, and in terms of structure, you don't really have a comfortable reaction to c5. You don't want to be taking, so ideally you'd preserve the structure, somehow just hold it, but then black takes cb4, cb4, and your b4 is always weak, right? So it's not as easy. Compi was happy with queen e1 idea, so kind of directing the queen to the other side. Queen e1, queen g3, this kind of thing.
Okay.
That was one funny line that computer suggested, f6, and usually you see this diagonal, you know, you see the g6 square and you think, what's going on? Yeah, so knight h4. This is, just to highlight, okay, not c6, I want c5, to highlight how improper c5 would be in this case, knight g6 and a checkmate. But if you do not blunder a checkmate in one move, apparently black is okay. Queen e8, and it looks kind of ugly, but it's impossible. It turns out it's impossible to add more pressure, and black position would be perfectly playable. And back to the current state.
Yeah, as the current game has actually developed with the queen being on c2 and rook c8, and Yasser was saying, let's just play a non-move. A non-move has in fact occurred. Like rook ae1 being played. So c5
on the board. We go, right?
Yeah, so c5 is what we expect.
Another good move is just king h8, f6. play it as you just described it. Be solid and
C5.
Yeah,
C5.
Be aggressive.
Is much more pleasant. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Just go.
Where would you like to
Very
take us, Jovi?
interesting. Well, let's go to Alireza against Gukesh.
By the way, we just seen C5. Alireza, where are you?
You're at the top.
Oh, at the very top. There we go. And when we left it, there was this hot move, B4. Queen B4, queen takes C5, knight takes B7. We were saying that the move B4 was designed so that we could play rook to B1. And the move queen D4 has really given Alireza pause, because rook B1 is quite desirable, of course, defending the knight. But because we're seeing the queen on B4, we just absolutely love to develop with gain of tempo. And a move like bishop to B2 has to be on our radar. The funny part about bishop B2 is you might say to yourself, well, you regret that you didn't play rook B1.
Also, is there any counters as well?
With bishop to B4?
Bishop to B4.
Yes, there's something.
But queen B6 is also nice.
I know, it is funny. So we expect rook B1 nonetheless. And jump in on this one, Miro. I'm sure we've left theory. I don't know when we left it, but
long time ago.
Long time ago. Okay. But the players slowed down. They were playing quickly for a while there.
Yeah, so bishop b2 is just as playable as rook b1.
No
You'd be
kidding.
surprised, yes.
It is surprising.
And after quote-unquote winning move,
right.
I go rook b1 then. And it turns out that if you capture, I capture, all of a sudden I have quite a serious compensation. Where do you go with the queen here?
C8.
C8, because you don't have a choice, right?
Yeah.
I mean, queen d5, bishop h7.
Yeah.
I resign.
Yeah. So queen c8, and then, surprise, surprise, white puts the king on g1, and the rook jumps over the king. This is the most called castle. It's a strong move in this, because rook c1 is coming.
Okay, and if you just go knight a6?
Well, it
Then
says...
rook C1.
Apparently knight
Knight
a6 is
C5?
already bad, you know?
D6.
There is like a couple of moves, in couple of options. Yeah, d6 is d6, rook c1, somehow we win the material back. So there are a couple of options to keep the position equal, and this is how it's kept equal. You go to f5, rook f to c1, and now you have to guard the bishop, and it's bishop b5, and the queen is as free as it is. It gets into some perpetual, this back to f4. Why not the b7? Yeah, well, b7 is bad because bishop c6. It's, something like this. It's over here, start trusting the machine. When it says you have to repeat, and you can't really give this one a judgment because it's too many options.
Right, but how viable is it just to understand that after bishop b2, queen b6, you can just capture the pawn and black can't actually untangle?
Right. Well, let's look at something a bit more reasonable. Rook b1. Yeah, so that's what normal person does, kind of.
Bishop b2 is not going anywhere.
Yeah,
still
fair
exists.
enough. So something that you would probably care about is a move bishop g5. Because now queen g5, queen d3 is as bad as lost, right? Like a white forgotten to castle, there is no attack, there is a knight stuck on b7. So bishop g5 might be something that kind of bothers you. f4, in this case, it's a crazy position.
Don't take
f4,
with the pawn.
Bishop takes, and you look at what's happening. Bishop h7, king h7, queen takes, you have to take the queen. Bishop f4, and Compi has it as being slightly better for white, which maybe is correct, but that's, again, it's such a messy position. And again, bishop g5 is not the only one, and black can also play g6, perhaps stopping all the bishop h7 ideas. It's not like you're forced to do this, but it's very useful in any of those lines. Mm-hmm. And and point of g6, you actually do the favorite thing for Yasser Seirawan. You're attacking the d5 pawn after g6, and that's confirmed in this line.
Thank you,
Miro.
Miro.
Yeah, you can take the pawn.
Position.
It's an incredibly sharp position, and bishop b2 was played.
Wow.
So he knows queen b6, rook b1.
Oh my
I hope
goodness
so.
me.
That's
Well, we're going to keep an eye on this game, but let's go over to another position that is getting sharp. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Evgenij Saric. Now, when we left it, it was in the Sozin attack.
Yes, Velimirovich attack, if you will.
Yeah.
Knight went to A5, F2, F4. And I find that move a little bit intriguing. I must say, oftentimes when we play A3 with our bishop on B3, we play to preserve the bishop with bishop A2. Perhaps MVL didn't like the looks of the standard exchange sacrifice. Rook C8 takes C3. And let's catch up with the players quickly because lots of things are happening in this one, Jovi. Bishop B5. But look at this shattered kingside structure. Ooh, 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 ooh. I must say, I'm always frightened as black when I see these positions where the queen is about to snuggle on H6. And, well, shall we have a look?
Let's
Queen
do
H6.
it. It's white to play.
I'm threatening
what to do.
the obvious, I think you have to play queen to E8. And I think you have to play rook G8 and just jettison a pawn. But
if you jettison the pawn, the queen will come down to G1 and start
as
giving
well as
some
D4
very
checks.
annoying checks. Yeah.
Exactly. So if I...
Yeah, let's just...
But then black is happy. He gets to kick me away. So basically, Evgenij Saric is saying, go ahead and sacrifice an exchange. I don't believe in your attack. And maybe he has a point.
Okay, I'm not 100% convinced. Okay, queen H6.
Well, I'm just thinking that maybe the knight needs to be on D6 first. But you like queen H6. Okay, go ahead. Queen H6, queen D8.
To D8.
Defending the pawn.
I just wanted to make sure that there was no funny moves.
There are funny moves. We're jumping.
Yeah.
Jumping for joy. I don't see it.
Like the irony is I can see lots of tactical ideas, like you go H3, which sounds like what the hell are you doing, Jovi?
Right.
And then knight takes pawn.
And in this particular case, you have
yes, I got a
out. But the problem, I believe, is check, right?
This check, or rook G2
it's annoying,
check.
Isn't it?
Or rook G2 check at the end of this line was also not... Queen
it was
D1,
too slow.
rook G2,
It was too slow, but this is the kind of stuff that was running through my mind.
Tactics.
Okay, so, let's maybe...
But here's a point. If we could, jump with the knight, for example, we just went knight H5, we went knight F5, I'm not saying it's a good move, I'm not saying it's a bad move, but here we start to understand that I don't have to worry about queen D4.
Yep.
That's already something that I'm pleased about. And by the way, this pawn, interesting.
And let's check out the lifetime scores between these two.
How do they match up?
Well, there you can see it is 2 wins for Maxime and no wins for Ivan. 2 draws though, so 4 games that they've played.
I would have guessed so many more games between these two. They played each other, I would have thought, all over the world actually.
Right,
World
exactly,
Cups,
because also European team championships, you would have expected to play there as well, but nope.
No.
Not that many, just 4 games. And Evgenij Saric, he is known for his theory. He's produced courses on E4, E5, and also the Open Sicilian.
Absolutely. By the way, we did see knight H4, no queen H3s. I like, remember the knights are short range pieces. It takes a lot of tempi for them to get in the heat of the battle. So sometimes when you have the choice between maneuvering a major piece, a queen or a rook, versus a minor piece, the knight, put the knight in position first because those major pieces can get there quickly. Knight H4 to F5, I like it, but is MVL being a little bit too flippant here with his material, Miro? How does the engine like his exchange sacrifice?
What would you guess?
Equal
all lines.
No way.
Knight H4, your guess. is perhaps clever. The reason being that you don't have to go, the position is not kind of too bad for white in the long term. You're not committed to only get to the king. And after queen d8, you can actually capture on b4 and keep like all the ideas. Plus, you can potentially play the endgame.
Right.
There is nothing too bad about this endgame. And then knight gets to d5 and you get the f6 pawn.
Gotcha.
So in reality,
Rook g8 was played.
Rook g8 was played. It was one of the moves, but apparently black could have captured on a3 intermediate because you were not getting to the king that fast. Rook g8, well, starts to be better for white.
After?
After queen f3, for whatever reason, not h6.
Queen f3.
F3, right? I mean, we attack the f6 pawn, but why not from h6 is the big question. Yeah?
And maybe to stop, I was thinking queen d8.
Yes.
You've got to cover.
And it's the same thing. That's c7 parame, queen to d8. It likes capturing the b4
I
pawn.
like capturing the b4.
Capturing the b4 pawn.
Right.
Yep.
We'll keep an eye on this one. Where would you like to take us, Jovi?
Oops.
Don't drop anything.
Don't drop anything. And sure enough, I dropped a pen, but I'm not dropping my eye from the board because I'm looking at the game between Levon and Aronian. And that one looks like it's getting very sharp in an advanced French.
This is Vidit versus Levon.
Also, looking at the game between Jan and Nepomniachtchi, so I'd like to have
Fabi,
that one
we'll bounce back and forth. When we left this French defense game, a rarity from Levon. Levon has been an habitual e5 defender against one e4. He's essayed the French defense, and we have an advanced French defense, and suddenly it became razor sharp with this move f6 by Levon. And Levon is really inviting some... Wow, e5. Now, okay, we are in a different world. What on earth is going on with Levon here? f6 and
Reminds
e5.
me, if I'm not mixing things up, wasn't there a famous game Reshevsky-Vaganian, where Vaganian got into Reshevsky's king with two knight sacrifices somewhere in the center. Yeah, it looked like this breakthrough in the center somewhere.
Right.
So I checked, and yeah, Levon is kind of embraces his heritage because the line is literally called a Loputian variation.
Right.
You know, and at some point, Levon had no choice but be coached by Loputian this way or another. Then they've played for the same team.
Yeah.
Then Loputian was captaining the team of Armenia, so there was no choice. All right, as it stands now, after e5, white would be in trouble if he doesn't take the knight. Well, so he has to. And then e4, well, knight e5, ed3, queen to the f file, protecting the f pawn. I'm not sure it's f2 or f3, both possible. Computer favors white a little, but like looking at this position, do we really care in a rapid chess if it's 0.70 or minus 0.70? You just play.
No.
Yeah, you go bishop f5, I'm guessing. Yeah, the computer insists on sacrificing more stuff. Yes, please take my bishop. I want my rooks open. It's such a crazy position.
Okay, though, in this type of position, white has material, but the unsafe king. Time control.
Yeah.
Who does that favor?
The
extra material?
Attacker.
The attacker, right?
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. E5.
E4, yes, all that played. Captured on c6, e4, knight e5 has to be played. I'm just wondering, can he possibly take on f6, which is the third line of computer? So c, b7, bishop b7. Yes, I know I'm a piece down, but it's important that the king got stuck here.
Yeah. This looks great.
Well, yeah, like check, and then, yeah, king d1 on knight d2. I mean, I'll bring the other rook to c8. So there is no queen d2, I'm assuming, because I'll just take the b5. This looks interesting. This looks promising, if you will.
Yeah.
Wow, thank you, Miro.
Check out the lifetime score between these two players.
I'm going to say they match up.
Well, I would have said that it was very even, but I would not have expected this. 4 wins for Vidit, 5 wins for Levon, 6 draws.
So many decisive games. It goes to show that both these players go for the fence when they play one another. And what a game. We'll leave this one on the boil as we...
Let's go immediately to the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana because, well, we left it at a critical moment.
When the dark square bishop was, so to speak, hidden.
Right.
The bishop on A7. We saw the move C5. We projected this move. And wait a minute. This is my idea. Bishop takes D4. So it went right down. Whoa. This looks great for Fabi.
I think Cristian jinxed Jan. He says, well, 11 draws.
Wait a minute. This bishop on A7 was buried. Now it's on C3 where it's anchored. Very, very important, where it's absolutely beautifully protected. This pawn is more of a weakness, and Jan has banking on some kind of nebulous kingside attack. He's a pawn down, and he doesn't have sufficient compensation, in my view. I really like Fabi's position much more at this exact moment. Nope. Sorry, I was about to suggest taking a pawn, but D8 is hanging. Miro, quite the transformation here. We thought that Fabi maybe a little bit on the back foot, but right now I like his position.
Yeah, I'm not sure even if he was on the back foot. And I'd argue something happens with Jan, because if you think, like, he had two whites in these two starting rounds, he has gotten very quickly very promising positions. Like, it was close to winning against Firouzja. It was, well, at least comfortably better against Fabi. He continues. It's like the old Jan is back when he was, like playing a tempo, not spending any time.
Right.
And I don't see it being beneficial in these two rounds at the very least. By the way, Fabi, I don't like what he has done.
He just played knight c6.
Yeah, knight c6, not bad. Knight b7, knight c5.
Yeah.
And it's not only that computer likes it, but I also was thinking, like, knight on c5 feels so much better than on c6. Right.
Well, first of all, it's a tempo. So after rook takes a6, it's another tempo.
C5.
And
then b4 is hanging. We can take on b3. Like these ending positions where you have a bishop sitting on c3, it dominates the knight. It's a great piece, but okay.
There is also the initiative thing. I'm sorry,
Yes.
like knight b7, yes, takes on a6, knight c5. You take the d file with black, and who's attacking whom?
No, black is for choice.
It's not like knight c6 is a bad move. Black is still somewhat better,
but knight c6, rook to d5 was just played. We like Fabi's position. Let's move on, Jovi. Where are you driving this?
Well, I'd like to perhaps revisit the game between MVL and Ivan Saric.
Your wish might command. Knight
MVL, one of the three
h4.
to win their first round game. Maybe he's going to start off with 2 victories as he's got a much better position.
After rook g8, we did see queen f3, and boy, that is confounding. I mean, in a bullet game, in a blitz game, you'd be playing queen h6. In a classical game, you may play queen f2. But in a rapid game, queen f3. We don't know why. Queen f3, queen d8, take a pawn. Good choice. Rook to d1, knight, oof. This is a beautiful pirouette, although I must say, knight d6, and I would be tempted by knight d6 and hitting f6 and f7. Not MVL said, look, I'm ready to take your pawn, and I'm also ready to put my knight on an absolutely thunderous square. I love knight d5 in these positions. The knight defends the pawn on b4, attacks f6, and maybe on a good day supports the c-pawn. Please.
Right, you can pile up on f6. I like your idea of pushing the c-pawn. Looks fantastic for MVL.
It looks great.
Maybe we
Please.
go and have a look at one other game, which I'm looking at, which we were thinking might not be so exciting because it did come from a Berlin. Can we just quickly pop in the game
Wesley?
between Anish, Giri and Wesley So? Because
Absolutely. Whoa,
there's a white pawn on g5.
How did that happen? That was, nobody had anticipated a white pawn getting all the way up the board to to g5. And this is where we stand. So pause here for just a moment, because my spidey sense is beginning to tingle. I got rook to e8. I can go g6. And if you take, I'm not saying that's a very good move. Maybe you might want to reconsider that move. Have rook e8. I've got queen d5 checks. If I can ever trade the queens and end up with a pawn on g6, I've always got these mating threats.
Rook f7. Show the rook f7 line. Rook f7, queen f7.
Okay, just a second. Rook. Look at this. How's this one? Thump. King takes.
Bishop d5.
Does it work though? Yeah, bishop d5.
Looks like it works to me. I've got king f6. I got to get on my running shoes.
Probably it doesn't.
I've got to get on my running shoes. I still have rook check though, right? You've got to take.
No, it doesn't work.
No, it does or doesn't?
It doesn't work. Computer says it's equal. It's all equal.
Oh no.
Well, queen f5.
Queen f5 is the good
choice.
move. Queen f5 is the good move.
Okay.
And white has enough compensation according to machine, and even slightly more than that. Black has to be very careful.
Well, we are setting up for the bishop e4 also on a very, very good day, parking the bishop on d5.
Isn't it a threat right now?
Yes.
And rook e8, so I mean...
Anish has got his, pardon me, Wesley has his defense.
c5 is quite a threat right now.
c5.
Just confiscate the material.
Okay, so let me take...
c5.
Oh,
Resigns.
I was going to go queen h6, forgetting...
But the rook is on prise.
Forgetting that my rook is on prise. Oh my. So queen f5 with the deadly threat of c5. Leaving the rook high and dry.
And if you chase away the queen, knight e7.
Knight e7, probably a good move, by the way. I'm wondering where my queen's going. Let's say I drop back.
You go to g4, and then it's very hard for
Well, rook e7 played
Rook
by
e7,
Wesley.
best move.
Wow.
Best move by Wesley. White still has the initiative, but... Yeah, that was the only...
Pause. G6, rook e2. Huh. I'm just looking at G... Because you can't take... Because I've got this intermezzo, and the rook on f8 is hanging. But G6 takes e2. Okay, sorry. Rook e7, take it away, Miro. What is on Anish's agenda?
Well, your g6 move looked very awkward to face.
Because there's also bishop e4.
If you go bishop e4, let's threaten.
Bishop e4 is the
checkmate.
kind of the best move according to the machine, but then g6.
I don't have a choice. I must play g6.
Well,
wait a minute. I take on g6.
No, you don't.
You can go queen.
No, you don't. So the thing is, of course, like without the computer, you can do whatever you want. It's just that it sees through it. And when you take on g6, there is rook e5 and check on g5, and black is relatively fine. So rook e7, clever. Bishop e4, strongest, but there are things that still, like, I did not manage to answer to myself, for example. Like c5, what's happening after c5?
Queen
because,
d7.
for instance, this, despite black being a pawn up, we go g6. Computer says it might be slightly better for black. It's the evaluation in the slight plus for white, despite black being a pawn up. So something like this, the king would be in a very serious danger, right?
Agreed.
Yeah. So that suggests that there might be alternatives. Even this, for me, let's say not knowing what's going on would not be completely out of the way, right? Because yes, I understand two rooks normally stronger than a queen, but how about me, like playing bishop d5, g6, some ideas. So imagine players have to run through all this. It is quite tricky, right? Well, no bishop e4 still from Anish Giri, so that's... Yep. Go with
Thank
Julie.
you, Miro.
Yes.
I wanted to go to Levon's game for just a moment, because that was that crazy French that just kind of blowed up on us.
Right. And what's funny is that the evaluation bar is resolutely in the middle, even though everything.
This is chaos on the board,
crazy.
and no. Takes on v7. Okay, first of all, what's the body count? 2, 4, 6 to 4. So 2 pawns for white. But who has the initiative considering the king is in danger? And this last move, queen e6, kind of an introduction to h5 and rook takes f6, right?
Yeah, but also bishop a6 is something that I would be eyeballing.
Absolutely, especially after castle. Castle's bishop a6. So because I've got to keep an eye on this knight on g4, I think actually bishop a6 is a winner. How do I deal with this?
Well, I just had a heads up from our
VAR.
He's telling us queen to b5.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Queen to b5? Queen
Queen g4.
Oh, you know what I was thinking here? I'm thinking to myself, okay, I've got this juicy selection between bishop takes e3 and queen takes g2, overlooking mate in one.
Yeah.
Ouch. Mate ends the game, Jovi. Let me just tell you about this. You know, like, that's what they've been telling me. I've never seen a checkmate. I've never seen a checkmate.
Actually, have we seen a checkmate?
No, never.
Not yet.
No, we haven't seen it in classical, but have we seen it on Rapid
I think
Blitz?
they've
Not in
played
first
blunder
round,
mate
though.
in one, or they've allowed it, I think. But queen b5, that looks like a really good move. Should I
Not
play bishop
yet
to
played.
d5? Okay, so bishop to d5, and if you castle in this moment, now I have h5. I want to take this guy with check. So it's...
I feel like this is the type of position where you
Oh,
have
by
to
the way,
go.
we have queen c4 on
Queen
the board.
c4 played.
Queen c4
Wait a
is-
minute, that looks like a blunder. Queen c4, bishop d5. What am I missing? I'm missing something because a moment ago I wanted to answer queen b5. Now I get to do it with a tempo. Queen to c7. Same idea of
But then
checkmate.
now you can go rook f7.
When your queen was on b7, it was attacking
Attacking
my
the
rook.
rook, right.
Oh, but
Now
guess
rook-
what? Now I come back to e5. This is,
Yes,
And
and now after
the rook
queen
on
takes
I'm not
d5.
threatening checkmate anymore, but I am threatening the rook, giving me, and by the way, we have that
Queen
moment on the
C7.
board. The queen is on c7. Now, I played the move rook f7 to protect my g7 square. Should I have done that, Miro?
No, absolutely not.
And what should I do instead?
Well,
Take the pawn. I mean,
no, what's interesting, after rook f7, it's not that easy to guess what white's actual idea is, but white goes queen g3, protecting the knight, and then he's the one having those nasty like h4 threats and so on.
So black.
So instead, you go check on h4. Yeah, so this position you're showing in your analysis is just better for white. So instead, what black has to do is give a check on h4, which is not mandatory, but apparently a better version of this bishop takes f6. So you force the pawn on g3, and then after white blocks, you go f6, where white has to take, and rook takes.
But
And
now I
that's
have a
one.
very good bishop on d5.
That's one very, very dangerous position for white.
Yes.
Because, well, despite being up a pawn, you are not castling this game. And, with all those light square weaknesses, I'm afraid, like in a practical game, it's almost like game over.
I prefer black by far.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, white has to start trading off pieces, maybe.
Yeah, like rook f1
F1
is what you have to do. And then, rook a, f8, that's how the line goes. Rook takes, queen takes, and then, I refuse to look at it. The only move to keep the position kind of not to lose immediately is to go rook a to b1, so that the rook is protected on the first
Right, I was
rank.
going to say the knight on d2 is an amazing defender.
Well, kind of yes,
Bishop
but also
H4 check played, by the way,
Yes.
while you guys are discussing it.
Bishop
Levon has
H4.
played the
Yes.
right move.
The only reason I say this is because I had someone do this to me. Like put their king next to their d2 knight, and I just could not checkmate the white king.
How infuriating
it is frustrating. Bishop h4 played, as you mentioned.
On the board, and the players are catching up with us. We now expect that this knight that's kind of sitting all by itself will trade itself. Knight takes f6, rook takes f6, rook
not
f1.
much you can do, right?
Not much to be said. And in this variation, white is seeking to trade off the major pieces as soon as possible. Move rook b1, protects the rook, threatens rook, well, threatens is a strong word, but intends rook to b8, and basically says, go ahead and try to do your worst. Queen f2 check, queen takes e3.
You can do this after check on g1 maybe.
Yeah.
So that the king's gonna be on c2, so you'd have some queen c3, d3 ideas.
Exactly, a little bit more vulnerable on c2 to checks.
So again, I'd say in a practical game,
right.
It's so hard for white.
Very difficult. By the way, the players are going in the
3
direction.
minutes on the clock.
Now we do expect rook f1 for Vidit. Again, he's a pawn up, but it's not fun to be defending these positions. What's the clock times for these two
Well,
players?
Vidit is now at 2 minutes and 40 seconds, whereas Levon, this time, he's got all the time in the world. He's got 11 minutes and 18 seconds. And the initiative. And Vidit will be fast and furiously calculating the ways to keep his king safe. And I just wanted... I don't know whether to stick on this game because I just wanted to show you one poetic feature. And there we do see
he played rook b1 without trading off a pair of rooks. We were expecting rook f1, rook f8, rook takes f6 included. Vidit said, no, I just would like to trade this. Sorry, I interrupted you. You were about to tell me where to go.
I was thinking of heading towards MVL again.
Let's do it. Ivan Saric.
Ivan Saric, just because Ivan's got his rook trapped on h6.
Oh, no. I mean, I had to share one of my most embarrassing episodes, of my life, where my opponent did something like g4. Somehow I got a rook shut down, and it was like the most embarrassing rook.
Well, here, for instance, you can just go g4, right?
Well, yes, but we also have knight to g4 too. I mean, talk about a rook trap, but yeah, g4.
Yeah, because g4, because rook takes c5 is going to be met with queen takes queen.
Oh, sorry, I've got the wrong position on the board. Queen is already on c8.
Yeah, it's just the knight's so powerful.
Oh my gosh, yes, defend h5. And as you say, rook takes c5, queen takes c8. Thank you very much, signing the score sheet. By the way, that's mate. The knight comes to f5, mate. You're I hate that. G4. This looks terrible.
Oh, that's
Just I mean, poor Ivan Saric's fans. You could say Ivan's tower as a way of mocking Ivan, the rook on
it's not
h6.
A tower of strength.
Not at all.
Okay, maybe we
Alireza versus Gukesh?
Let's quickly head there because the fireworks are all in the game between
They're everywhere,
MVL
actually.
and Vidit.
Bishop b2 came, knight a5. Now that was a surprise move. We were looking at rook b1, bishop b5, not even bishop b4, bishop c3. If you were to tell me that this game came from a Sveshnikov, I mean, I'd be challenged. This doesn't look like a Sveshnikov that I'm aware of. A4, last move. Well, my temptation is not to take the pawn because I love the fact that you can't castle. So my temptation would be to play queen a6, keeping the queen on the diagonal, hoping to play knight e5 to d3 check with consequence. Severe consequence.
Okay, well, that needs to be stopped.
Queen a6. How are you dealing with it, Jovi? It's not easy.
Bishop c3.
Bishop c3. I'll go the other way.
Yeah, you can go from c5. So, in fact,
what does he
if you
have?
can't stop something, you have to embrace it. So go bishop c7, knight e5.
Okay.
And that's what computer does.
Please.
It laughs at you. Queen d4.
Queen d4 and says,
Check.
do your
and
worst.
king d2, yeah. And then if you take c1, rook c1, you realize that your queen all of a sudden is not as great anymore. And there is like rook c5 lifts of some sorts. Then computer's extremely good at dynamics and shifts. Like black were attacking, you collect this exchange and then...
We have queen d5.
Queen d5.
I was thinking this one's also a nice way to defend.
Yeah, but then you don't have the way to continue, it turns out. After rook a b8, how are you supposed to castle?
I was going to ask you that question.
Again, the answer is there is no way. There's no way. Yes, rook a b8, black's much better.
Patrols the b file, threatening rook b2 and queen e2 mate.
Yeah, and importantly, no queen b5 for you.
That's exactly right. So the move queen, as far as I understand it, the move queen d5 stops both knight c5 as well as knight e5, but also threatens queen b5. So I love this move rook b8 that crosses white's plan and introduces rook b2. This looks dangerous for Alireza.
You can go, let's not
Please.
panic. Bishop c7.
Panic first. Bishop c7 next. Pause, because knight c5? No. Rook
Okay, so my big escape was to go queen.
e4 or c4?
Shoot, I just realized.
There's a back check.
There's a back rank check.
Yeah.
That's going
Queen
to skewer
c4 is not good, but
No,
queen
no.
takes... No, this is...
No, one cannot survive like this.
No.
No, this is why you always castle.
Correct.
Yeah. So computer kind of turns to keep the position for a bit with bishop c3.
Okay.
Rook f to c8. Looks quite
strong.
attractive, yeah. And then I guess queen d4, f6, h4, this type of thing. But it doesn't look very promising, so I understand it's supposed to leave the rook on h3 or something. But
wow.
Yeah, looks...
Okay, how do these two match up?
Let's take a look at how they perform against each other.
Wow!
7 wins
What?
for
Wow.
Alireza.
So,
Nothing, and
with-
3 draws as well.
With online blitz chess, we say whenever you have a 10-0, it's called an adoption. Gukesh is going to move to Alireza's home. 10-0, that's a real... 7-0 is real adoption.
And Gukesh does need to bounce back because he lost his first game against Wesley. But now Alireza is in huge trouble, both on the position and on the clock. He will have to do some serious contorting with his pieces in order to escape this one. And the
B8,
pure problem is the white king is in the center. It has not castled.
No question about it. How's my pick for the tournament doing? Let me take over the controls for just a moment and ask you about Jan and Fabi. When we left it, we kind of liked what Fabi had done. He's got his knight on c6, and the rook had to drop back to d5 to support the a5 pawn, and Fabi went back with the knight.
Told you.
What the heck? And okay, some very strange. Okay, I don't understand what Fabi just did. I mean, that was some. Okay, bizarre. What do we have? We want to take a pawn. That's a good thing. Wait a minute. If I can take a pawn and set up with knight g3, I'm in business. What are you going to do, Jovi? Jan's in Miro, he just took a pawn.
Yes.
Fabi's going to take another pawn on e4. Knight takes e4.
I'm not sure if Fabi understands what he has done.
Well, let's see. He's threatening to go knight g3 check. And
so knight e4 apparently was...
Oh, by the way, h6 was just played.
Because rook takes f7 was quite an unpleasant reply to knight e4.
He's overlooked rook
I don't know if he
f7.
overlooked it or not.
No, he's...
Wow,
Rook
what a
f7
shot.
and you can't take back with the rook.
because there's a rook A8 check. Okay, got it. So he actually had to pause.
We do have a result. It was a win for Levon against Vidit. And, well, there you can see.
Wow.
Levon just in powerful shape, with the French defense, with the sacrifices galore. And in the end, it just goes to show it's very difficult to defend a position when you have an unsafe king. So, wow.
For Gukesh, for Vidit, can't think of a worse way of starting the tournament. Two losses. Yeah, 2 losses for him. But what what an amazing attack by Levon. Sorry, you were about to tell me how my guy is doing, Fabi is doing. He's just played the move h7, h6. He's keeping rook takes e4 in reserve because he's had to.
Well, it's not a surprise, I believe, that his advantage is gone by this point.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, however, it's not like white has any sort of advantage. So black's still okay and white's still okay, and it's pretty much any move. Like even a chicken move like queen d6, afraid of I don't know
whatever it is.
Black can trade, take on e4 and
make a draw.
Yeah, rook d3, and it all boils down to some knight e4, and then you have like some forks on g3, on d2, but rook d3 stops it, and then you go knight c5, rook e3, I'd guess, or rook f3. Even this looks like a draw to me, and a maximum black can count on is having 3 versus 2 in some rook game.
Exactly.
So,
all right, we'll keep an eye on this. Jovi, it's all yours. Where are we going?
Let's quickly pop in the game between Anish and Wesley. I am also seeing that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is on the verge of winning against Ivan Saric.
When we left it,
you
we
want to
saw
go
the
to
move.
MVL?
Just to show, I mean, it's such an ironic position.
Because it's
it's
quite
going to be
artistic.
gone. Yeah, it's going to be gone in a couple of minutes.
MVL.
So
there's
the rook kind of escapes. So look, rook c5, queen c5. Yes, queen d7 was the only move to win.
Okay.
And you let the rook out, and then you go check and king e2. And what an ironic move, right? And then you can move the rook, but then knight f5 is a checkmate,
Checkmate.
Yeah, and
you can try rook f6,
but g5.
Can try rook f6. Well, g5, but also h6, I'm guessing, could be.
They have the same pattern.
h6 is winning?
Kind of. Well, why not? I
Rook
think it
takes
does.
pawn.
Rook takes pawn, knight f5.
King g6.
And then
queen g8. And
that's
g5
checkmate.
and a checkmate by force,
Right. So after king takes,
queen f6.
Queen f6.
is also
Checkmate.
the problem. So there you go. h6 and
g5 wins, of course, so you don't have to.
And it would be his second victory if
yes, because he
MVL
started with a
wins
win
this. He
over
goes rook
Levon.
f6.
He did play rook f6, but now we're expecting h6 and or g5. I mean, an embarrassment of
I'm
riches.
very glad to inform you that checking with the machine, my move is 6 times better than yours. And yours is +6. So mine is 36. Yeah, which means like both probably lead to a checkmate.
I don't know. 36 sounds pretty convincing to me.
But then also 6 does as well.
Well, we have it. Wow, 36 sounds like we're closing in on a record.
Right, and MVL, he's got plenty of time on the clock, so he can work out g5 is adequate, h6 is spectacular. It's just the way you finish the game.
Exactly. Well, chess players are not just scientists, but we're also artists. And we do like the creative flourish.
And he reaches for
And even I just
h4.
saw Saric's expression when he saw the H pawn. He was like,
King g6.
And pause because there's g5 check, but there's also g5 too.
Yeah, he definitely wanted a checkmate.
Yeah, well, he might still get it, though. That's the problem that Ivan is facing. Queen takes h7 check.
He's a piece
Queen
down.
takes
Queen
f7
takes
check.
f7 on tap, h7.
Oof.
Yeah, there's no way that Ivan can survive this one. So maybe we move on
Absolutely,
to
please do.
Alireza against Gukesh. In terms of the clock situation,
Well, we thought,
it's critical.
In particular, after the move rook b8, that Alireza was in trouble. And indeed, he dropped back. There you go, rook c8. Wow, rook c8 dropping back.
And then bishop to e3, given a question mark on my computer. And
is it?
Yes.
Because.
And again, just to confirm, it was a win for MVL
Lovely.
as he defeated Ivan Saric. So 2 games finished, 2 decisive results.
Wow. Well, rapid chess, I mean, in Bucharest, sorry to say it, but we did have our fair share of draws. There even seemed to be a draw virus in the playing hall. Here, we started with a bang. Queen a6, was that the good move? There, it almost felt like
no, it wasn't.
There was more in the position for.
It wasn't.
It was not.
It wasn't. No.
Okay, what was the good move?
Either f5 or knight f6, and f5 was particularly spectacular.
f5.
F5, yes.
The idea, queen f5.
Yeah, if queen takes, queen b4.
Check.
Yes, and king e2.
And I kind of stopped
queen
here.
b2.
Ah.
And you cannot go to f3, so that's again some computer
14 seconds for
Gukesh. Sorry, we're going to get to the current position.
Let's go to the current position.
Because we do have queen... Whoa,
he allows queen b5.
Queen b5 is a...
And white is out of the woods, yeah.
And look at that, he just saved himself.
Takes, white
now,
goes king d2 or something, and just e2, whatever.
By the way, with the move king d2, I mean, that's just it. There's just no chances. He blew it.
King d2, and this bishop on e3 is so powerful.
Excellent.
Targeting this pawn on a7. Now the white rook will finally get into the game by swinging over to a1. And there you see knight b6 being played.
I like to preserve the bishop, so king to d3, not to allow knight to c4 check. I love this move.
Well, knight d5, though?
Can I take the pawn? And you will take my pawn on g2.
Yeah, there was knight f4, knight g2. Idea, I don't know if it was working
rook,
or not.
King f8. Okay, but now we're happy campers. Rook to b1 or rook to a1? Rook to a1.
Yeah.
Okay, this looks like a draw.
This looks like a draw. So let's go over. I have 2 games I really want your opinion on. And the first one is Anish Giri against Wesley So, because the players don't have so much time, and it's still such a dangerous position for both players.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is one of those positions where it can go wrong in an instant. Oh, queen g6, and
well, these guys, they always find a rook endgame.
They find a way to make a draw. They take the most crazed position. All rook endings are a draw.
I'm just thinking rook to d7, pick up the d pawn.
Yeah. Okay, I might use my a pawn as a decoy, but here we go.
Well, he goes after the other one. He goes to c6 and a6.
Okay.
Which is also like, it's fair. White is a pawn up.
Well, wait a minute. Rook, what am I saying? Rook to d3, king e2.
Yeah.
And then rook b2.
And then king to f3, and then I go
then
check.
You include the check on a5.
And then I got my king on e4, and then I'm just completely.
That's how we lose, in fact.
Yeah. So rook to d2.
King f4 is one move. Rook to d2 must be fine.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one. Miro, where are you seeing excitement?
Can we go also to the game between Jan and Fabiano?
Yeah, that has been a topsy-turvy affair. We thought that Fabi was much better. He threw away a lot of his advantage. And when we left it, we saw the last move was like h6. And there goes the pawn, and the queens got traded off. Fabi's still a pawn up. But, yeah, it looks like it's
fizzling out.
There's a fizzle.
What do we expect? Jan to play
I would
rook.
trade the rooks and maybe play rook to c4. See, the problem, we
you
just
can
talked
take the
Can you take the
b4 pawn.
pawn?
I mean, it's plain and simple, no?
Are you? He
Ah,
wants
this
more.
one. You want to have this one?
yeah, this is a 3 versus 2. I agree.
No,
it's
this is
not
3
even
versus 2. 2 versus 2. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
just a draw.
That's very, very simple. Yeah, and he's just played rook takes b4, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this game
Yeah,
is
a draw.
heading quickly to a draw. Although no draw offers are allowed, so the players will be looking to repeat the position
Alireza.
3 times, and there you see the players
It is,
finding
yeah.
that repetition. And well, again, with some adventure, it was a peaceful result.
For Jan, what was this? Not number 11 draws or
Yes.
dozen?
11 draws in a
It's
row.
so unbelievable. I was
But
watching
he was
him.
skirting on the edge on this one. And this, well, we have 2 more games. Let's go over to the game between Anish against Wesley.
Yes.
Because that's still that rook and pawn endgame where
And don't forget, it was
things could
Anish
turn.
who caused the massive upset in Bucharest, winning the last round game against the undefeated Fabiano, causing a massive playoff of 4 players. So Anish enjoying being a pawn to the good in this game.
And what do we expect?
Well, Rook f7, by the way, shuts off the king, defends f2, which I like. On a good day, sets up for king d1 and c5. I don't know, but for my taste, Anish has great winning chances. I don't know if the computer agrees or disagrees, but they're down to seconds, right, Jovi?
Wesley, 15 seconds is ticking
This
down
is not
to 12 seconds.
easy position.
And there you see the white king creeping up the board.
Okay,
Expecting
he's in
king c1.
Yes, indeed. And why not king to c2?
And now rook c3, rook a3 played.
Okay.
Rook a3, white's winning. Rook d7.
That makes a lot of sense to my eyes.
Rook d7, and there was an option to go after the d pawn earlier, but then your king would be cut on the last rank. And now you go rook d7, which he's about to do, I'm guessing.
And then after
And in
rook
case of a
a2,
check, you go king b3, and this standard race where eventually you sacrifice the rook for the g pawn, and your 2 pawns are supposed to be.
Well, he's hesitating. Okay, but
No,
in the
he
end, he
didn't.
goes rook to f6.
So computer valued this one like very high. Rook d7, check, king b3, takes, rook d4. Well, computer just says it was winning. You know.
Sorry, we haven't moved to your board yet, Miro. We've got the cameras on the play as well as just.
No, well, I'm saying rook d7
yes,
was
rook d7
apparently
was
winning. Apparently was winning.
Yeah. And as expected, we did get a draw in the other game that is still ongoing between Alireza and Gukesh. So rook f5, okay, g4, rook f4, right?
In all of those lines, black pawn's going to be on g4, so it doesn't make any sense what Anish has done. Right? So you just help black to have the pawn closer to the promotion square.
True that. So the pawn that was on g6 is now well up the board. And Anish is beginning to question his decisions to allow.
Okay, well,
this.
now the c pawn is motoring. Rook d2.
As c6 is going to be met by
Rook
rook
c2.
check. And in the meanwhile, d3 is on tap. I think this is a draw.
Draw is
Rook takes d4, yet
unavoidable.
Oh, hang on a second. Hang on a second. He picked the rook, but
Yeah,
if you
it's touch
take
me.
the pawn
It's forced.
on
He will.
f2,
He will.
is there any tricks with rook to
No.
d3 check?
No. I have
Didn't go
rook.
G's.
I have rook. I can.
there
I
you
can.
see.
I can always defend the pawn from f8. I don't have to go here. I know what you wanted to do, which was to bring the rook to c3. Yeah.
Yeah, and well, the rook goes up to d8.
By the way, Black's pawn is more advanced.
Right. Yeah.
Now that
Black
we've
is the
lost,
one
now that we've
who is-
lost all the tempi in the world. Oh my gosh,
They see
G3,
G3.
King to G4.
Okay. And there we see the
the
players
players.
They'll
repeating.
just repeat.
Ooh. It was
Weird.
a very exciting game, but in the end, a draw between Anish, Giri and Wesley So.
I have a feeling we could have seen a lot more decisive games in this round. We had a number of draws that were really should have
I
been
think
victories.
we could have had five decisive results.
That's what I was thinking. I didn't want to say it till you said it. Then I wanted to agree with you.
We could have 5 draws though.
By this measure.
Well, let's head over to Croatia, where Cristian is. Well, let's hear your viewpoint, Cristian.
Well, I just want to remind the viewers of some of the brilliant concepts that we've seen in this round coming from MVL as well as Levon. Let's take a look at MVL and this move. I mean, brilliant, I have to say. This position, who would think about playing h4? I mean, you're thinking about pushing the pawns on the queen side, maybe trying to get b5 going, maybe calculating b takes a5 at this particular moment in time. Not h4, just a brilliant move by MVL. Giving up the b pawn, not allowing white to have two passed pawns next to each other. I mean, this is a very difficult move to make. I understand h5 targets the rook, then you're forcing the rook on h6, but it's very counterintuitive, I have to say. Take on b4, h5, and brilliant concept. Just play the move g4. Again, counterintuitive because you're weakening the king on g1. You're allowing blacks all sorts of checks on the a7 g1 diagonal, right? Targeting the white king. But he calculated absolutely everything to perfection. Queen to c8, g4, queen to f8, and this was brilliant, by the way. Queen to d7, f5, and there is only one move after queen to d8, king to g7 that wins the game. And perhaps this is what Ivan missed. Brilliant move. King to e2, just simply sidestepping off the diagonal. Now the knight is ready to jump to f5, and you still need to be ready to calculate after rook to f6 the move h6. There's no other way to defend the f5 square. If you do give me a check with the queen on b5, I'm just simply going to go to e1. No more checks for you, and that's exactly what's going to happen next. The knight jumps to f5. Not only that, but after rook to f6, he calculated h6 as well. Beautiful concept all throughout the middle game from MVL, starting with that h4. I have to say, it looks like he's having fun. This game, it just looks like he's having fun. And another player that's having fun in this one, despite the fact that he lost the first game against MVL, it's Levon. Take a look at this. This position, I don't know how much theory he knew at this point. I don't know whether he knew the plans, but again, came with a brilliant concept. Just sacrifice the pawn. f6, I'm not going to allow you to go castle, a short castle as white, and then maybe try to stop me from going f6 through the action of the rook on f1. I'm not going to allow you that. I'm going to try to break in the center as soon as possible with the move f6. But after you take castle b5, what he had to do is understand that e5 in this position works. Another brilliant move. I mean, you're just opening up the light square bishop, the French bad bishop on c8. You're giving up a piece in one move. Sure, you're going to recapture it with e4. But all of these complications have to be understood. You're sacrificing something. But this is typical Levon. He feels the position. e5, take on c6, e4, knight to e5. With a naked eye, I'm looking at queen to c4 coming in the position. If you don't play rook takes f6 and you allow me to castle, I'm feeling that that pawn on f6 is going to be decisive, but it's not. Queen to b3, very nice move by Levon. Take on b7, and to be honest, I thought he missed this. I thought he'd take on b7 followed by knight to g4 was missed, but I was going through the analysis with the engine as well, and in fact it's fine. It's fine for black. He understood the position much better than his opponent, and also he was playing with speed. This is something that he mentioned after his loss against MVL in round 1. He said, look, I felt I had a winning position, and I do believe he did have a winning position, but he played too slow, and he didn't have enough time to calculate the precise moves when he needed. That's something that he corrected in round 2 against Vidit. He was the one piling on the pressure on the clock, very nicely adjusted by Levon, I have to say. Queen to e6, queen to c4, bishop d5, and I have to say, this position, take control of the light squares, take control of the a6, f1 diagonal, do not allow the king to castle, the king stays in the center, bishop to g4 comes, and that's a checkmate that you cannot defend against. I have to say, Levon is feeling good, and it shows in his games. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Some beautiful moments from the round. I love MBL's execution there at the end of King E2 being the only way to win. But, well, it was the dramatic round, so let's remind ourselves of the standings after 2 rounds. And here you can see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in superb form, starting with 2 points out of 2. And then we have Fabiano, Caruana, Wesley So, Nepomniachtchi, Anish, Giri, Alireza, Firouzja. They're all on 2 points.
And just to remind our viewers, the rapid chess, you get 2 points for the victory, and that's why he has 4. It's okay. It's okay. Just to remind our viewers.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
It's an early morning start.
Got it.
Got me confused. Yeah, 4 points. Yes.
Right.
Thank you. Yes.
2 victories out of 2 games. And as we go to our commercial break, we had a chance to meet the players.
Let's take a look.
All right. Good start. Good start. This GCT event in Zagreb has gathered the best in the world. Let's meet the players. Anish Giri is a Dutch Grandmaster and 4-time Dutch champion. One of his great accomplishments is being ranked in the top 10 of all players in the world for each of the last 10 years. His victory at the 2023 Tata Steel event and his 5-time contributions to the Dutch Olympiad team have made Anish Giri a favorite player to watch.
33-year-old Ivan Saric is currently the highest-rated Croatian Grandmaster with a peak rating of 27.03. Saric has played for the Croatian Olympic chess team since 2010 and has won many Croatian championships throughout his career. In addition, Ivan won the European Individual Chess Championship in 2018. Ivan is a wildcard here in this tournament.
3-time U.S. chess champion Wesley So is a thrilling force in the game of chess. The 30-year-old Grandmaster today ranks number 9 in the world. Wesley has won multiple tournaments, including the highly rated Tata Steel tournament, as well as the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. Wesley is great at the fast time controls, winning the first ever FIDE-sanctioned Fischer Random World Chess Championship in 2019. His many accomplishments in chess brings him here to challenge the best in the world.
Vidit Gujrathi, the 29-year-old Indian chess grandmaster, is ranked number 24 in the world and number 5 in India with a peak FIDE rating of 27.21. Achieving victory in the Under-14 World Championship, 2018 Tata Steel Challengers and the 2019 Deal Tournament, Vidit's accomplishments are nothing short of amazing. His games will be exciting to follow throughout the course of the tournament.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, otherwise known as Nepo, is a Russian chess grandmaster with exceptional skills that have promoted him to become one of the best chess players in the world. Nepo is currently ranked number 4. In addition, Nepo won the candidate tournament in the delayed 2020-2021 competition and in 2022, where came up short to Magnus Carlsen. Nepo has been a regular on the Grand Chess Tour, and his appearance here in Zagreb elevates the competition.
Fabiano Caruana is a 31-year-old Grandmaster and reigning 3-time United States chess champion. Fabi's list of accomplishments is nothing short of remarkable. He won the Sinquefield Cup in both 2014 and 2018, and with a peak rating of 28.44, is the 3rd highest rated player in the history of chess. Fabi is also defending the 2023 Grand Chess Tour champion. American chess fans will be rooting for Fabi to repeat this year. Fabi is the winner of the 2024 Bucharest Superbet tournament, and he comes to Zagreb with the wind in his sails.
Former World Blitz champion Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is a 33-year-old French chess grandmaster, winning the title of French chess champion 3 times. MVL's peak FIDE rating of 28.19 makes him among the top 7 highest-rated players in chess history. His first GCT appearance was in 2015, and you can bet that MVL is sure to bring the heat in this competition.
Domaraja Gukesh is known to the chess world as Gukesh D. He has recently come from an amazing performance at the 2024 Candidates in Toronto, Canada, where he outplayed some of the best in the world. His win at the Candidates qualifies Gukesh to play Ding Liren for the World Championship next year, where he will be the youngest chess player ever to play for the world title. Gukesh D quickly becoming a world favorite, and this is his first year on the GCT circuit.
Alireza Firouzja is an Aronian-born and now French Federation chess grandmaster. Only 21 years old, Alireza is the youngest player ever to surpass a FIDE rating of 2,800 and achieved his grandmaster title at the impressive age of 14 years old. Currently the #1 French chess player, Firouzja is always exciting to watch.
Levon Aronian is a 41-year-old Armenian-American chess grandmaster. A chess prodigy, he earned the title of Grandmaster in 2000 at age 17. Levon is a former World Rapid and Blitz champion and held the #2 position in the March 2014 FIDE World Chess Rankings with a rating of 2830, becoming the 4th highest rated player in history. 2017 was a great year for Levon, qualifying for the Candidates, winning the World Cup, and winning the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz with 24.5 points out of 36. Levon is a great addition to this year's tournament in Zagreb.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only 1 can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We are back. It is the third and final round of the day, and so far we have been treated to some explosive chess, some beautiful moments. But let's remind ourselves of the standings after 2 rounds, and it is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave who is at the top with a maximum 4 points. That's 2 victories. Then we have Fabiano, Caruana, Wesley So, they're on 3 points. And then we have Nepomniachtchi, Anish, Giri, Alireza, Firouzja, Levon, Aronian. They are on 2 points. So,
and those players who are on 2 points, they could be rightfully complaining that they deserve more. And tell us about our pairings for the third and final round of the day.
Yes.
Ooh, look at that top pairing.
I know. Time is just going so fast. Fabiano Caruana has white against Alireza Firouzja. We're going to keep our eyes on that one.
Absolutely.
Levon Aronian played a spectacular game in round 2. He has the white pieces against Nepomniachtchi. Another game to keep an eye on. Ivan Saric, can he bounce back as he plays a luckless Vidit Gujrathi? Then we have Wesley So playing tournament leader Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That was going to be super interesting. Gukesh takes on Anish, Giri. And after Levon's rather spectacular victory, Anastasiya caught up with him after the game.
Levon, it looked like a very sharp game from the very beginning. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, I remember that there is this idea with f6. I just didn't remember the details, but it looked kind of interesting, you know, especially in a rapid format. And not every day you get to let your opponent have his pawns on f6 and c6, so it was kind of fun.
Yeah, it seemed like he spent a lot of time and you managed your time much better than the previous game. How did it feel?
Yeah, I think, well, I still keep the same mood, trying to play aggressively. So, you know, if I get a chance, I should try to win my games, but definitely I need to play faster, yeah. So in this game, I think I managed the objective.
What do you think was the critical moment of this game?
Well, I thought that this Queen c4, Queen c7 somehow is, I don't know, it didn't feel right somehow. I thought with the pawn on g3, I can never be in any risk.
Yeah, it seemed like he never managed to castle his king, find the piece with his king in this game. Like, do you think this was the biggest problem?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and otherwise, of course, structurally, white has all the reasons to be better. But I am keeping the tension in the game because the king is in danger.
In the first game of this day, Garry Kasparov made the first move. How did it feel to see Gary at the beginning of the tournament?
It's always good to see Gary. He is my childhood hero, so of course his chess has always been an inspiration. You know, aggressive style. So this is something I try to emulate.
Thank you, Levon, and all the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Our congratulations to Levon for a really fine outing. For those viewers who are joining us late, the position that Levon was speaking about with Anastasiya is up on my board at the moment. And the idea, what Levon was saying, the critical mistake was maybe the move Queen C4. And what we had actually been looking at was the move Queen B5. That was our major move. And after Queen C4, what Levon was saying is that after check, especially in getting this position, later we just discovered that, well, it was White's king stuck in the center, and that was all she wrote. Levon won a very fine game.
Absolutely. Well, he can't rest easy though, because
the round is about to get started.
Another game.
Yes.
You know, he is White against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and there it is Vidit who has Black against Ivan Saric, who has arrived to the board early. He has a routine. It's a kind of meditative routine where he sits there and he just visualizes what is going to be happening.
I love it. I have always said, and I mean this very consciously, to get the zen of the moment, to come to the board early, to sit down, listen to the audience, get the noises, get familiar. The pieces themselves, right? Just to have this visual of the lighting, the pen, everything. And once you have that and you're in the zone, the butterflies go away. Your tension kind of eases. Conversely, arrive late under the duress of time travel with that stress. It takes you a while to get into that zone where you know you're going to perform at your best. So I always advise everybody, especially at team events, arrive early, get ahead of the security checks, et cetera, et cetera. Yourself, what's your...
I love your kind of explanation and the setting of the Zen mode.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is that I'm too restless as a person, and so I get there early, and then I'm like, what to do? You know, and I guess I should be sitting there, you know,
at the board,
just monitoring my breath as well,
right.
monitoring like how I'm feeling and doing that weather check, because there are ways to kind of make yourself calmer. And I agree with you. I'm going to try it next time. I'm going to be like Mrs. Calm.
Okay.
And there we see the players.
Mrs. Calm. And Miro, jump in on this one. What was your approach to your tournament competitive approach?
If I remember correctly, I needed some balance. Like arriving late is certainly bad.
Right.
It's not, say, you late 2 minutes, you lose many more, right? Arriving too early, though, and you have friends in the playing hall. It's almost like you've already spent half an hour working, talking to your friends, right? So there must be some balance.
And there you see the players getting into their balance, their Zen mode. These two players, my God, have they ever crossed swords, as they are our marquee matchup, as Wesley is a point behind our tournament leader, MVL, who invited a Grunfeld, and Wesley played G2, G3.
And there we see Bishop G2, C6, D5 employed.
That's a different game.
This is the game between Gukesh against Anish Giri.
All right, I will.
Or maybe we can go where the cameras
yes, exactly.
have determined. And well, let's have a look at this one, see it's going, because the players are playing very quickly.
Aren't they? And this is actually what Rex Singfield lights. I don't know exactly what Jennifer Shahadi did to him, but she said, play the Grand Prix attack. That was to bring your bishop to c4, play d2, d3, and Rex got that, hardwired into him. And now c2, c3. What is it about this Grand Prix attack that is so very attractive? Is this Gukesh's game against Anish? C2, C3. I'm just looking at this position and I'm asking myself, is this theory? Must be, no?
Yes. I mean, it's too early not to be a theory. Just that I always thought Grand Prix attack was the one with F4.
With F4?
And Bishop C4, so that's a little bit different, right?
Okay,
it's a close Sicilian. So
with this
is what we would refer to as a Grand Prix attack, and say Bishop C4, G6, F4, and then intending to play F5.
Gotcha.
So there was something.
Yeah. And I think that's Rex's...
Grand Prix attack, it confirmed knowledge, expertise confirmed. So this one is called the Sicilian defense with no specification, I'm sorry. It is the Sicilian.
What else do you want to know?
I can tell you, D4 is the plan. There you go.
Oh, brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant. But first you have to move the bishop, I guess.
Yeah, you have to move the bishop back to C2.
Yeah.
That's fine. Then get D4 in. Center. And then we move on.
Very good. I want to go to our marquee matchup. I want to go to Wesley versus MVL because they were blitzing out their moves. And what was really funny about this particular opening / defense is that it seems that the theory, whenever you get the chance, both players are supposed to play knight to e5 as well as knight to e4 as soon as possible. And when they do that, they easily have the initiative.
You need to break the balance, so to speak, because you need to create some imbalance. And with the knight coming to e5, you introduce the possibility of knight takes knight, changing the pawn structure.
Which I would expect.
Which in fact is the main move.
Yeah, in this particular line to captures and maybe quickly to play bishop f4 and rook to c1 and then to gang up against this pawn on c6 as soon as possible. Where would you like to take us, Jovi?
Okay. On the subject of names, this is called the Neo-Grunfeld defense because we were like Grunfeld Slav, symmetrical. But here it's telling me Neo-Grunfeld defense, a classical, original.
And it's
Ultra
Neo.
delayed.
Also delayed, right?
I'm sorry.
Well, throw in romantic too while you're at it. You know what I mean? Because I think you've covered all the bases. Neo.
Classical, original.
Hybrid. Ultra.
Doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense. But the position is very calm and we won't be expecting so much action in the near future there. So let's move on. Let's have a look at the game between Fabi
and
Alireza.
This looks like a Slav defense, exchange Slav with bishop f4, e3, bishop f5, queen b3. And I think we saw this in Bucharest as well. Castles, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4. We've caught up with the players.
We saw it between Alireza against Nordebek.
I was going to say Daniel Deak, but Nordebek. Okay. So there you go. Bishop g5, bishop h4, and I don't know what the latest and greatest is on this theory. I suppose it's still balanced, although if you asked me, and if I get to play my knight to e5, I would show a great deal of it. Whoa.
Played.
G5, that was a challenging move. I mean, as Victor Korchnoi liked to remind me in my sinful days of youth, he'd say, Yasser, pawns don't move backwards. Like I play the move G5. Yeah, I get that. I mean, my king, the black's king, is going to be perpetually weak. Knight E4.
Played.
What a follow-up. I'm really confused. I would rip that knight off and take that pawn with both hands.
I don't get it as well. Machine doesn't get it.
Machine doesn't get
yes.
it. Oh, that's good.
That's surprising. So Firouzja played it very fast. And by the way, let me inform you that this one still has one game in the database. So bishop g5 is rare. So this is like position they've played back and forth many times. But bishop g5 is relatively rare. Knight e5, Yasser's move, is much more common. Knight e4, not only it's a new move, but also supposedly it's a bad move. Because me and an engine, we do not see the compensation.
No.
Plain and simple. And I don't even, well, technically you could win the pawn back. And then you don't need the compensation, but you need something else. You need, well, a miracle to save your king then. Because queen gets to h5, h4, and yeah, it's just terrible.
Everybody can play this.
It's just terrible. So I'm not sure what's that supposed to mean.
And Fabi also is very tempted to take this pawn. Now, even if he doesn't take this pawn and play some terrible move like knight e5, I would still think that white is so much better.
But then maybe you have ideas of going
F5, Sure. And I understand that. I mean, and if you were to tell me I have a terrible knight on e5, I would say, like, what? No, I'm taking a pawn. Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
I am taking the pawn. Yes. Of course, I'm playing with both hands and gleefully. But I'm just saying that it's just so very strange and unnatural for Black to create so many weaknesses in his camp. So how do these two players match up with each other, Jovi?
Yeah, let's check it out. And here you can see, so many decisive games. 16 wins for Fabiano, and then 8 wins for Alireza, 9 draws. Whoa, I was not expecting that. I was expecting there to be balance.
Exactly. Alireza was like 7-0 versus Gukesh, but look what Fabio has done to Alireza.
And let's have a look at the chances to win the event, because here the AI has decided that it is not Fabiano who has the highest rating on the universal rating systems, but pre-tournament it is Alireza Firouzja with a 27.6% chance to win the event, Nepomniachtchi at 20.2%, and Fabiano Caruana 14.6%.
I want to put a lot of money on Gukesh, by the way, if I get those odds, 100 to 1 odds that the AI is saying. And I'm saying, I think Ben Underwood's photo should be representative of the AI. I mean,
I think when it comes to the predictions, we've got to know the prediction of the computer. It is not a person thing.
Oh, come on.
But it has been accurate because, on the Cairns Cup, it predicted Tan Zhongyi winning.
Yeah.
And in the Superbet, it said Fabiano Caruana winning.
Right.
In Poland, it said Magnus is going to win.
Yeah.
It did.
The AI's got something going for it. Miro, what's caught your eye in the third and final round of the Rapid?
Not sure.
Not sure.
Because, you have some games with big names, but perhaps the most exciting is this position here, which is a game between Saric and Vidit.
Knight to c2.
So it started ready opening something, or King's Indian attack, whatever you call it, Knight c6. Knight c6, by the way, is a very aggressive way of meeting the Reti. Because you want e5 and so on. So d4, that's kind of theoretical. And c4, I'm not sure. Bishop g2, knight b4. Well, attacking castles. And I think it's known that this is very sharp. If you go after the exchange, like c takes, knight a1, and e4 was the key, I guess. And knight c3, some tricks, Bishop takes, and not even the knight c3, but takes here. Anyway, well, we know it's like super sharp position. I remember that you were not supposed to go knight c2. Bishop e7, knight c3, and then he went knight c2, and then once again, this one, you had like knight a1, e4. This is
now that's easier to understand.
This is easier to understand, right? So knight c2 played. So first I thought, like rook b1, what he can possibly plan. He's planning to go back and offer a silent offer, silently offering a draw, but white absolutely doesn't have to do it.
No.
After c takes d5,
c takes d5.
We were looking at knight
if he
rook.
captures back, if he captures back, then this. So we just ignore the rook. So we go here, knight a1, and then bishop d5.
Now we've got a double
So white
attack.
says, I have an attack, and I'll eventually win the horse here on a1, so it'll be an exchange sacrifice, not the rook sacrifice, for which I'm getting like a pawn, huge center, so on. So white is like one move away. Like white plays e4, and it's transparent, it's obvious, white has huge compensation.
Gotcha.
Well, c takes d5 has been played. That position that Miro had up on his board reminded me how I lost so many games as a kid. You chase that knight coming to c2 and they win everything.
And by the way, e takes d5 by Vidit. And again, I'm very curious about this. I'm going to play the move Miro suggests, knight e5. And, I'm telegraphing from afar, bishop takes. But I don't think you can
Yeah, because
let that happen. I mean,
E4 is these type of ideas.
Now, being gross about it, that is the repetition that Vidit could possibly want. But here, can I do something else to I mean, if I
what about
E4 wins? E4 just wins material.
I had to reassure so many of my students in the Queen's Gambit decline in the black side, and when they've gone bishop f4, that knight to b5 for white's not winning.
Not winning. By the way, when I'm looking at this position, aren't I just seeing a reversed London, a tempo down for black? It's just a London defense,
no, but, well,
a London opening.
Why is the knight on c2?
Well, I know, but in the London, they sometimes play bishop f4, knight c3, knight b5 as quickly as they can.
Okay,
E4 right away.
E4, not the strongest, but still strong enough to promise very strong, like serious, substantial advantage for white. Black, well, has to take on e4.
Clear.
And then I'm having difficulties to decide because, in fact, white has two promising continuations. This one is sort of a little bit straightforward, but also feels amazing. Like you have all the pieces playing.
Fantastic.
Feels like black's never going to castle. This pawn, it's always going to be won back.
Yeah.
So that's one. The other one is a bit more sophisticated. You go to h4.
Now you have to take on h4?
Yeah, like if takes on h4, then takes on c2, and again, the fact that this bishop is hanging, you have to drop back, and you're so much behind in development.
He went for variation number one.
The simple.
Yes, the simple one.
Yes.
He just took on c2.
So
and we
takes,
do have your
queen
position
c2.
On the board with
Good
the pawn
choice.
on g2.
Good choice.
Yeah.
So the pawn's already on
g2. So Vidit in trouble right out of the opening, and that's quite the shock.
Yeah, somehow it's not been his day.
No.
Not at all.
No, it really, really hasn't. Let's go to some of our marquee matchups because, again, I want to go to Fabiano and Alireza. When we left it, Alireza just sacrificed a pawn right out of the opening. He's played g5 and knight e4. Nobody understands what he's up to. And after the move d5, just kind of giving the knight a little bit extra space, giving also a little bit a diagonal. And, well, I like this move. I also liked knight e5. That looked like a very nice move. I also like queen g4. The problem is sometimes, Jovi, you just have a position where you have too many good choices. I mean, having a very narrow path is sometimes helpful. Here, you got to, I mean, who wouldn't want to play queen g4, queen h4, and queen h5, pardon me, and h4? Who doesn't like jumping with their knight into the center of the board? Maybe unleashing the f-pawn and some animal spirits on the king side, right? And finally, this very nice choice, d5 as well, kind of giving us a few extra squares in the middle of the board. Maybe this bishop is going to be redirected onto the long diagonal. Looks good. Takes. Oh, just takes, sorry, on the board at the moment.
Takes.
I'm expecting takes.
I'm also expecting that. Although, is there any chance that the queens can come off? So I'm thinking bishop e6 and then get into an in-game.
Yeah,
I know you don't want that.
No,
I wouldn't want
not
that either.
When the king is so vulnerable. I think I get to pick up a tempo first of all.
Right. Then I was thinking rook to d3.
Okay. Well, I was going to say let's ensnare that rook.
And then queen to d5. This was my.
You're being insistent. You're being annoying. Good move. Good move. Annoying. I'm a little bit better in the ending, but that's not what I was
but can you
the
post
most
the queen
proud
up
of.
to f6?
Yes. Thank you.
Bishop
Yes.
e5 is coming. Uh-oh.
None of that will happen. I'm sorry, because queen d4 was played.
Wow.
Okay.
So he has played d5.
Very sophisticated, I suppose.
He goes after a7 pawn. And then it'd be, okay, that's my guess now, so that he's going after a7 pawn and keeps d5 on the board so that you have an isolated pawn, a weakened king, you know.
All the good stuff.
So it changes the kind of the character of the position.
Well, that was always my strategic goal, was to damage my opponent's pawn structure.
But you do
Weaken
have
pawn
moves like
structures.
rook c6. I think White's plan is excellent, by the way. If you manage to take the pawn on a7,
I've done it.
keep the queen.
I've done it. I've taken the pawn on
you
a7,
can.
and I'm proud of myself.
I wanted to go rook c6.
You did. I put my rook on c6.
Ah.
I took the pawn.
Queen b6.
Yes, exactly. So this is an ending maybe you want and maybe you don't, but it's one of those bishops versus knights as opposed to the opposite color bishops.
It's just, I don't like the middle game,
I
Yasser.
know, I understand. I don't like the ending.
This is just a bailout.
Yeah, we need a bailout for sure. This looks good for Fabi. We have another marquee matchup, and that's our tournament leader, MVL. He is up against Wesley So, who, as we know, is in second place as well. We left it after the move Queen A5 and Knight A4, pardon me. Queen A5, Rook C1, Rook C8, B3, H5. Wow, H5. Extraordinary. Queen E1, Queen Queen to D2. Okay, A5, Rook D1. We've caught up with the players, but tell me, Miro, are we in theory or?
No way.
No way.
For this one?
Yes.
H5 on the board, and you think this could be a theory? No.
They played it quickly.
Long ago. Well, that's what they do. It's rapid after all.
Right.
So we left theory.
When did we leave theory?
That's what I'm trying to find out. So move 11, still 40 games. B3, move 14. Couple of games. H5 was a new move.
Okay.
Strangely, I wasn't informed, but I picked it up. I said, yeah, like H5 on the board, it cannot possibly be a theory. Yeah, so previously Knight B6, King H8 were tried, H5. I mean, it's just a move. It's not like the position is too forcing, right? Yeah, so White tries to
control C5.
To control C5 and eventually land something on C5. I don't know what Black tries to do, to be honest, because some people would say Black wants to go E5, but that would mean creating kind of, yes, you know, this hanging pawns duo.
Right.
So Black just hovers in there. That's the position we have. Computer somewhat favors White, but not much.
And as Black, could you be looking at trying to get in A4? So I'm thinking like Knight B6.
Yeah, right, you are. So actually, Computer would much rather play Knight B6 in this position. Yeah, and for a second, I was looking for what brilliant queen sacrifice Computer prepared against Rook C5. And there is no queen sacrifice. It just goes to A6.
That's not
says, you know what, it's absolutely equal. Yeah. So exactly, exchange the knight, and then doesn't matter how it happens, let's say this way, you always have this counterplay against White's queen side.
Gotcha.
Right. Yeah, so Queen B4 now, slightly better for White, but again, it's not the most exciting game.
No. Let's look for some excitement. I'm just going to put on the game between Levon and Jan. Now, we're seeing a very strange series of results for Jan. Nepo is not a player who likes to draw a full stop, end of story. And he plays what I want to call a brand of provocative, aggressive chess, and yet he's on a drawing streak he can't seem to get off. Is he going to make it a dozen? This is 11 in a row.
We'll
if you
find
go back
out.
through Bucharest.
I mean, if you take a look at his two games, like today, he started off with a double white. He came to the board against Alireza, very well prepared, very sharp Sicilian. Draw.
Right.
And then against Fabi, again, very well prepared. But then he let it slip, so he was completely lost, or lost, let's just say.
Right.
At one point, and then he turned it around, draw.
He's up against Levon, who's just coming off, let's say, a spectacular victory, a sparkling tactical victory by Levon. And Levon, I'm looking at the position, even though Levon has the two bishops, I'm seeing a very, very weak Peshki on the e3 square. Not that the bishop has any great shakes on h3. If you put it on f1, I think it might even be better placed on f1. At the moment, I'm thinking Jana's doing more than okay. I'm ready to take this pawn. Jovi, what do you think?
I think that I agree with you, so therefore I'm hitting that panic button. And I want to go e4.
E4, okay. I would like to do this as well, except for one thing. The b3 square is weak. So whenever you play the move e4, the first thing, and I mean it comes into my mind like a swift bolt, is I start to look at the move knight to d4, intending to park myself right there on that weak b3 square. So I don't know if you intended to allow me to play knight b3.
No, I had my eyes on the center.
Yeah,
so
just
I was thinking
this
after
pawn.
d4, I can go bishop g5. I was happy.
Yes. Now, in this case, I completely agree with you. If you could, because somehow this bishop is no longer that great either, right? But it's that move, knight to d4, that dissuade me. By the way, we do have Levon has played, excuse me. Let me get this again. He has played queen to b3, saying, okay, you're welcome to take this pawn if you like. I have knight takes d5 as well as queen takes b7 as answers. Let's see what he intends to do. Do you think he intends to take on d5? It feels like there should be something wrong with that move, but
it feels like there's some background issues.
Yes,
exactly,
right? Like, wait a minute, there should be something wrong with that move, and maybe there is. Something like knight to d4? Not 100% sure. Knight takes f6 check. Queen takes f6. You know me, in for a penny, in for a pound. Queen takes b7. Somehow the king on h1 is miraculously safe.
You still have knight c2.
Yeah. It's not the end of the initiative. Jump in on this one, Miro.
Rook b8 at the end of that.
Yeah.
And then knight takes a3.
Jump in on this position. Queen b3, very provocative.
Queen b3 is strange indeed. e4 was the best move according to machine, and then
happy accident.
there was a lot to say about e4. So the only line that I want to mention that, for instance, why you could have discarded e4, knight d4, queen d, not queen d2, but queen d3.
Yes.
Knight b3.
For example.
And then you have to go rook b1, it's marginally worse, but like, isn't this attractive? You go here, knight a1, bishop g5, and then that's how I calculate lines. I say, bishop g5, I'll take on f6, I'll win the knight back, I'm much better, yeah?
Yeah.
And then knight e4, and I have to resign. This is how computer calculates lines. So a little different, because the line's not over, and obviously there'll be knight f2 check. So there is that. After queen b3, a couple of attractive alternatives, knight a5 or queen e7. Bishop e3, and again, you've gotten the whole sequence right, it's just that it's roughly equal, slightly better for black after rook a to d8, something like, not the most exciting. It's a good move. Oh, wait a second. d4 was played by Jan Nepomniachtchi very fast, after which, well, all of a sudden we are back to being fair square.
Wow.
E takes d4.
Knight takes d4.
Knight takes d4, but you could have something very similar and the pawn up in some lines, right?
Yeah.
Well, by the way, knight takes d4, queen b7.
I take the pawn.
Is already a pawn up for white and no obvious compensation for black.
No.
Okay.
The king is weird still, in like the fact that we've played f3, but still it's...
Jovi, how do these players match up with one another?
Let's check it out, and you can see. What do you?
Whoa! What is that's ridiculous?
Almost 100
goodness.
games. 39 wins, 32 losses, 34 draws. That's over 100.
That is ridiculous.
105.
Wow.
Yeah?
Okay.
You think these people know each other, don't you? I mean,
no, they can still do with playing a few more games against each
what
other.
Kasparov would call my perpetual opponent. Wow, that is amazing. By the way, congratulations to Levon for having an edge in their clashes, marathon number of clashes. I don't like d5, d4 either. That is just a strange move. And Levon is really seeking to take advantage of this pin on the d file, but I must confess, freely confess, I don't like my bishop on c1. And so when I take this pawn, which I feel I'm doing myself a solid favor, I also think I'm giving my bishop this great diagonal to go on. I've got my opponent into a pin, and I just want a pawn. So d4 just feels wrong. It's just not the move. Now, a really good question was, why not knight a5? That, by the way, just defends the pawn on b7 with the tempo.
Also, the pawn on e3 is under fire.
Like, hello, and like even like if the queen comes back, even on a horrible day, look how, imagine that, the knight hip hops its way into the game. So d4 question mark, knight e2. That's kind of funny, and we're up to date with the players. I'm not sure. We're going to leave this one. Let's go to Fabi's game again. Fabi is up against Alireza, and that was a game where, guess what? He went for the a pawn, just like that. Rook came back to c8, b6. Wow. Fabi has turned into a really real positional player, and look what he's doing. He's steering the game into a bishops of opposite color, where there can only be two results, a draw or a draw. Better for white.
But a draw or a draw, I'm sorry to interrupt.
A draw or a draw? You don't think it's better for
all
white?
The advantage gone.
All the advantage gone.
Like white had such a lovely middle game position.
I think he did too.
As well, I had, the positional play against the D pawn, or the A pawn, and also the unsafe king. Like when you compare this endgame, I think Alireza will be breathing a sigh of relief.
I would too.
He's over the worst of it.
For sure. Some very strange decisions there by Fabi to just voluntarily go for a queen trade. Like here, I would be desperately hoping to avoid the queen trade, but also a very strange decision here. I'm going to include h4. I think I always want to include h4 and f6 and then jump with my knight somewhere. But knight e5, b5. Okay, I think Fabi's better, but according to our chess engines, 0-0s. Where would you like to take us, Jovi?
Can we revisit the game between Ivan Saric?
Yes. And
against Vidit?
Because that was that.
Yeah, because everyone else's evaluation bar is like in the middle somewhat.
Right.
But this one is all the way in white's favor.
Now, there may be viewers who are joining us late, and yes, I'd like to reassure them that we're not having trouble with our software. That really is a black pawn on g2 and not a white bishop on g2. So d5. And what's going on in this game, Jovi? This is I don't like Vidit's position whatsoever. I think his king is just stuck in the middle of the board.
And that's something that's been the theme of the day. I mean, it's so rare to have positions where the king is stuck in the middle. And we've seen it a few times in this round so far. Yeah. No, not in this round, but in today.
Right. Of kings trapped, like Vidit's versus Levon. Now, whenever your opponent's king is in the middle or trapped or whatever, it's all about development. And in this case, bishop e3, followed by rook on a1 to d1 plays itself. The reason we play bishop e3, by the way, is we want to exploit the e-file. So after the desirable knight f6 and tending to castles, stop yourself, bishop to c5, and it's material galore for white. I'm sorry, but Vidit is having a bad start.
And
because this is just easy play for Ivan.
But bishop e3 was not the move chosen. Bishop g5 instead played, which to my eyes looks very attractive as well, because if you go knight f6.
Oh, well, there,
bishop takes knight.
And
where are you going to find safety?
Well, there's no safety at all. It's
You
just
won't.
a disaster.
Knight d4 might just win.
Knight d4
Bishop
also.
takes and knight d4 might just win.
Yeah, but I think the problem I have with bishop g5 is, can I possibly escape the worst of the worst after h6?
At the very least, you can go back to your bishop e3 plan.
That's true, but then I've given h6 for free, and for whatever reason. Why is the pawn worse on h6? So you have to justify your play, right?
Yeah.
You go bishop b4, the guy goes a3, and you move your bishop back. So your argument is the pawn on h6 is bad. By the way, king f8. That might be another reason why maybe bishop e3.
I'm looking at all these lines after I'm thinking about some sacrifice, maybe some d6 moves.
With or without, I mean, you don't want to play d6.
No,
bishop
I don't want to
takes
play d6 immediately,
Right.
because that would obviously allow
sure.
bishop takes bishop.
Let's go. Oh, that was supposed to be a knight, by the way. But okay, d6. Well, if I play rook d1, then we can expect that black will play takes on d5, right? So if I play d6, queen takes d6, rook to d1.
Then there's queen.
Knight
Yeah, it's not quite enough. And I don't like this concept of going bishop takes bishop. I'd much rather let black develop themselves. Okay, and we do see pawn takes c6.
See, the thing is black is kind of crawling his way into something that might be defensible. And I hate that because these guys are such great defenders. I don't know.
No
feels
way.
like Ivan's given up a bit of his advantage.
Well, a bit, because he could win like in a couple of moves, but this one
is still good.
You know what? It's an optical illusion, I've realized, because I was also looking for sacrifices and things. Yeah, now he's done everything right. Now you go knight e4, and you understand it's equal material, it's an open position, and black has a king on f8, and the rook on h8, which is not participating. I mean, g2 pawn is technically black's extra pawn.
Well, wait
By
one
the way,
second.
we've got even
the
rook to
flashy
d1.
Rook to d1 played.
Rook to
That's
d1 is also
flashy.
very strong, yeah.
Threatening a checkmate.
How
Please take
about
my
black
queen.
captures the queen?
Yeah,
Well, yeah, that would be, oh no.
that might be our checkmate that we've been missing in our Grand Chess Tours. We've been mentioning, for those joining us late, that Grand Chess Tours don't feature a lot of checkmates in them. But this is one of them. Rook to d1, still big advantage.
Yeah.
Let's go to the game of Levon. What do you say? Levon
Let's
versus
head
Jan.
there, because it looks like Levon has a big advantage against Jan.
When we left it,
When we left it, it was knight to e2, and then knight a4, 5 happened, queen d5.
okay.
And the queen's...
Remember there was this weak b3 square? But wait a minute. Ooh, now the two bishops. I always have to ask myself, asset or liability? Pawn on d3. Sometimes you get these passers that are just awesome. Like they're so powerful, they wreak havoc and you win easily. Other times the pawn is just a lemming that is easily lassoed and captured.
One thing is if you step back with the knight to c5.
Yes, let's do it.
It can be chased away.
With b4.
With b4, or maybe the bishop can even step back to e3 in order.
Also, that's a nasty pin, and it looks like the pawn is captured. Now, on the other hand, if we take, again, asset or liability?
Also, the fact that black cannot contest on the c line either makes me especially depressed.
So you think, and
liability.
Liability.
Wow. How can you possibly take the knight on c1? It's the worst piece ever. Just go knight c5. Yeah,
knight c5?
Well, yeah, computer is somewhat pessimistic about knight c5, but in a practical game,
you have to
I'm
play
not sure at all, because your tries, guys. Okay, bishop e3 is kind of reasonable. let me mention that of course was my first idea, and I thought, yes, like he cannot possibly do this, I'll win the d3 pawn. Guess what? Any knight takes e4, black is winning.
Yeah.
So there are dangers, certain dangers to
Knight
white's
F2.
position. According to machine, the strongest move is g3, which is like
By the
not
way,
such an obvious one.
Cross my mind.
And yeah, and something else there was. Bishop e3.
That
You
looked
can
like
get, yeah, like
automatic.
this is once again an attempt to get a huge advantage, but black once again has a resource. d2, and if you capture d2, once again there'll be some capture on e4.
Gotcha.
So you'll have to go knight a2, and do we really believe that it's such an easy position to play? Rook d3, and that's an ironic one. You set like strong pin, and computer agrees, and that's why it gets rook a8. This is unbelievable. It gets rook a8, defends the bishop, so there is no pin, and it says, yeah, you know what, roughly equal. White's marginally
Computers
better.
hate to be pinned.
Yeah. It was quite funny because I've been trying to make knight takes e4 work,
Right.
but it doesn't work.
Always takes.
Yes, because you just take it and the rook is hanging there.
The bishop on a7. Yeah. So knight c1, knight c5, and the liability actually in the variation
Might
of bishop
be, in
E3,
some cases.
d2. Now that we've missed the move d2. Let's be frank about it. Bishop takes d2, knight takes e4. That becomes so obvious once you actually put it on the board and you go, oh my goodness, the knight on f2 check, and it's going to be. Now we understand why after the move knight c5, the computer actually liked the move g3.
Well, knight c1
Knight
was
c1
played.
So, yeah.
Now we're back to
So knight
liability.
takes e4.
Now we are back to liability. Now I have no argument.
now we're very proud of ourselves because we understand what the hell is going on. This is great.
Makes life a little easier.
A lot easier. I mean, what a commentary team we've got. H6. H6. By the way, Nepo is playing like, yeah. What's the problem? H6. Now, I like the bishops.
I also like the bishops, and if you do get tempted to capture the knight, the problem is that this pawn can come to d2
later
on.
Yeah.
So, and then you're never going to evict a piece like that.
That is, well, but still, I mean, I'm a pawn grubber. I might insist to just ask some questions, right? I would probably want to get my king.
Right.
May I interfere?
Please,
d2 is
Joe.
not great because there is, after rook c7, you are pawn grubber, but also you're a clever positional player. There is bishop d7 after d2. And you are actually kind of coming on top because you'll take the d pawn.
That's
nice. So bishop d7, and we'll take the d pawn and the a pawn and the b pawn.
That's nice. What's better than being one pawn up?
So after rook c7, white doesn't really have an advantage. The move, I'm not even sure what the move was. Let me check on my board. So exchange, rook c7. I just have to, well, d2 is actually not bad, still equal it. Terrible. Terrible.
Just explain to me that d2 is a blunder.
White, but the whole bishop f6 is
Not
great. Bishop d2 is, once again, if we trust the machine, what white has to do.
Well, but
And that makes a lot of sense.
Still not much, though.
Oh, well, would you believe?
By the way, just as we were talking,
Bishop f6 played.
Bishop f6, gf6, rook c7.
Because you know what? They also want to play a position they understand.
Sometimes chess is hard and chaotic positions are hard. In this case, if, in my mind, I'm putting the pawn on g3, but I'm putting a white king on e2 and I feel okay. Like that pawn isn't going anywhere and I've got everything under control. Also in my mind, if I can keep my rook nicely on the c file, on the 7th rank, I've got bishop to g4 to h5, and if I can get you to play rook f8, my agenda is looking good.
Right.
So rook c7 on the board and putting some challenges to Nepo. Now we know the computer is sitting there saying 0-0s all across the board, but in a practical game, does he
unpleasant?
Have chances? Yeah, a little
unpleasant.
bit. Right?
So I can show why it's zeros, or you can show on
Maybe
your
bishop
board.
d4.
He did play bishop d4. No?
No, that was a suggestion.
that was my suggestion.
Suggestion, bishop d4 here.
I would take a pawn.
Well, you can do so. Rook takes b7. Yeah.
Take a pawn.
Yes is right. So if I may, after rook c7, you have to, in fact, guys, you guys, you have to fall for my like super tricky, super clever bishop d7. I'm winning a pawn kind of thing.
Routine.
You go rook e5. Then
take a pawn.
rook c5 is what you want, and you say yes, okay, but then you are pinned on the d file, not pinned as I'll win a piece, but pinned in a way that we will exchange the rooks. 2 pawns each, and that means like 4 versus this 3 in the opposite colored bishops.
I'm not winning that.
So yeah, that's the way to make a draw here and now. And d2, first step, has been made by Jan Nepal.
Okay.
Yeah, looks like maybe he's going to get his 12th draw in a row. And bishop to
Bishop
d7.
12 draws in a row. Well, for Nepo, again, this is not the chess that he's come to expect of himself.
And for those viewers who haven't been following the previous tournament, that's because in the Superbet Bucharest, Nepo drew all of his games in classical.
Not through lack of effort. On the contrary, his games were full of content. He just couldn't get the result. And I'm sure when Levon has played the move bishop d7, in his mind, he's thinking, I've got a very serious advantage, and what have you been doing with yourself? You've just blundered a pawn. And if Nepo finds... Well, he's got to find the move rook e5, because frankly, if he plays rook e7, rook takes d2, he's just dropping 1 pawn and probably 2 for, well, nothing. So rook e5, rook takes d2, rook c5, very nice. The desirable rook takes b7, rook c1 check and mate on the next turn. We'll trade the rooks. And just as Miro was saying, yes, white pinned rook, you know, you can move your bishop away, but as soon as our king gets to e7, we'll be able to force the trade of rooks, bishops of opposite color, draw agreed. Take us elsewhere.
Yeah, can we take just a quick look at the game between Fabiano Caruana against Alireza?
Sorry to say, it looks like a fizzle, looks like a draw.
Yep.
3 versus 3, all on the same side, bishops of opposite colors.
And I noticed Fabi did that tell. When
What's
a
his
player
tell?
is happy with a draw or just says, you know, it's just a draw, almost every single player I've known does this with their hand. They're kind of like, yeah, it's just a draw.
Yeah?
Yeah. And as he came into shot, he just did this. And there we see the knight centralized. Do remember the players are not allowed to offer a draw, so they'd have to find a 3-move repetition if they do want that halving of the point.
Yes. Knight to f5 check. Now, knight e7 is a potential repetition, and the players, yep, that's it. And the halving of the point
has indeed occurred, and it is a draw. And wow.
Maybe a missed opportunity there for Fabi.
A touch disappointed, I would say.
I think so.
Because Alireza took a lot of risk in the opening and even gambited a pawn. But it was enough to secure the draw.
Just checking on the game between Levon and Jan, did go for that whole rook c5 sequence prescribed by Miro, and the engine is very, very happy. The engine is saying, I'm going to play king f8, king e7, force the trade of rooks, 2 versus 2 on the queen side, 4 versus 3 on the king side, but those king side pawns mean draw. So we can expect a draw on that one. Where else can we go?
Can we quickly take a glance at the game between our tournament leader, Wesley So, against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave?
All right, MVL starting the day with 2 victories in a row, giving him 4 points in our rapid scoring system. And Wesley, okay, I think Wesley's for choice here. I mean, the pawn on c6 is a little sensitive. you still have to play accurately. Probably the engine thinks that any trade of the c6 pawn for the b3 pawn is good enough, but I don't know. I probably prefer white, although I must say it's balanced. Miro, jump in on this one. The engine preferring white? Ever so slightly?
Technically, everything that is not 000, slight plus, you would say white's better, but not really.
Not really.
Not really. Rook a8 is one move.
Rook a8.
A8, and you cannot take right now. Well, engines are tricky, right? Rook a8 you cannot take right now
because of the back rank mates.
Back rank, yeah.
Yeah, and after king e1.
Yeah, like rook a8, king e1, and then rook a2, by the way, and you're in trouble.
Knight d1? Am I in trouble?
Yes, you are.
Knight to d1?
Knight to d1, d4, and rook e8, and bishop g4. And that's what the engine does to people. Like, all of a sudden, you understand, like, all of your pieces are misplaced, right? Like, knight on e1, I go d4. You take on c6, I go rook e8.
And I go bishop f3.
No, don't do this. It's like e4 is the only chance to stay in the game.
E4?
Yeah. Bishop f3 is not even on the list of a top
Bishop
3
to
moves.
d3,
Bishop
or?
f3, d3. Black wins with d3. And then the threat is d2.
Nice.
No, it's terrible. It's better not to start these engines, man.
Okay, by the way, c5.
c5 is something a bit more human.
Rook
and therefore much worse than the engines.
And he's gone for his knight
d7.
Knight d7 routine.
Well, that means white is a pawn up.
Why not? Rook takes d5, rook takes b3, and enjoy the extra pawn. Now, the strange thing is, and I don't know why this is peculiar to Grunfeld players, but Peter Svidler loves being a pawn down. He's not happy unless he's worse. Like, once he's a pawn down, he knows how to draw the game. And, well, I mean, look at MVL. He's just rushing for this 4 versus 3.
Yeah, and just some clarity, right? Because the tension was building up against the c pawn.
But that rook a2 was a rook a8 was a very good
yes,
counter.
Absolutely. And I like the way that the computer approved how superior it was.
But f3, king f2, and Wesley will nurse his extra pawn.
Yep.
Now, where else can we go?
Let's go to the game between Gukesh and Anish, because here it's not an in-game. Lots of pieces left on the board.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness, we've actually just completely kind of left this game alone. When we left it, it wasn't the Grand Prix attack, it was the Sicilian.
Right.
I'm not used to the plain Jane Sicilian. Okay, we've got the Sicilian. Knight to c6, knight to d2. Is that what you would call this, by the way? If I showed you this position, you'd say, oh, the Sicilian.
Actually, if you were to show me this position fresh, it almost feels like
a Rui Lopez. Yeah, absolutely, right? Bishop d5. Let's catch up with the players. We're going to go a little bit fast. Apologies. We got to speed it up. It is rapid chess after all. And first take, I'd rather be white. In my view, if black could jump to the d4 square, that would be one thing. I can always jump to the d5 square, so that's good. But the last move, rook a2, to my way of thinking, it's a prelude to queen a1. And when the queen comes on a1, I have a double battery. The a file for the rook, so the queen is supporting the rook, but also the queen is supporting the bishop. And I've had those double batteries most often as black by putting my queen on h8. I don't know why it happens, but my queen is on h8, my rook is on h4, my bishop is on g7, and I'm doing marvelous things. Like, what? So rook a2, slight advantage for Gukesh.
Yeah. Well,
how is Anish going to do it?
Perhaps even more than slight, and I think we're
going to switch to Ivan Saric and Vidit.
Yeah, because that looks like Saric is about to win. Or knight to g5 is a big threat on the board.
I also
There's also
see
rook d6, knight d6.
Rook d6. The world's collapsing here. Knight to d6 check. That forks a king and a rook. but somebody mentioned rook d6. And I was very enthusiastic to jump on the f6 pawn, you know, like with the whole army.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
There's also
This has
knight
gone
to g5 as well to net a piece, but that's probably inaccurate, right?
Yeah. But yeah, this looks like it's, well, it went completely wrong from the opening.
It was just one of those massive mistakes that Vidit made, going so early, knight c2, getting the lines confused, no doubt.
By the way, Ivan Saric, local Croatian hero, he's done marvelous things for his Olympiad team. I'm sure the fans in Croatia are rooting for him in this Grand Chess Tour.
It would mean that he finishes the day with 50%.
Not bad. Knight to d5. Okay, so all the vultures are around. Where's the kill? It sure feels like there should be something absolutely terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Do we see?
And here you can see Levon, Aronian and Nepomniachtchi repeating moves, and she's shaking his head as he now has played 12 draws. Consecutive
draws.
He played
I've never
9
done
in
that.
Bucharest. He started the day with 3, and the players
they
just
broke
looking at each other, but ultimately it's an opposite color bishop in games, nothing to do.
Yeah, they broke the repetition, but we're going to see a draw there. I'm coming back, if you don't mind, to the game between Ivan and Vidit, because when we left it, we really had that feeling of absolute death. And
for me, it's like pinning. Pinning is winning, as we say. So I was thinking Queen B3, because I'm being lazy.
Of course, lazy is good. Queen B3 is a lazy, very good move.
Have I spoiled it?
No, that's a marvelous move. I love that move, Jovi. Queen B3, that's simple.
Queen B3 wins.
Yeah, I was looking...
I was also looking at that.
But I didn't see the kill. I mean, that was the frustrating
that was
thing.
The thing as well.
Rook
King to
D5.
G8.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at this and I'm going, I want to capture my queen, you know.
It's a beautiful move, yes. The problem with it that I've just checked, and both king takes G2 and what's even more impressive, rook D1 to A1 are better than your exchange sacrifice. I'm sorry.
King takes G2 is fine.
King takes G2 is fine. Your with Queen B3 is spot on.
Yeah,
seriously.
So we have in chess the 3 pins, right? There's the absolute pin, the relative pin, and the cross pin. So when I was a kid, I immediately intuited correctly that the absolute pin was the best, because that piece absolutely ain't moving, you know. And by an absolute pin, we're referring to those pins where the king is involved. And in this case, you're just set up for knight to c3 and queen takes d5. This is absolutely over after the move queen b3. That wins on the spot, as we would say. Winning on the spot.
Certainly, it looks that way.
Where would you like to take us, Jovi? Fabi has made a draw officially.
And here, well, again, the game continues, but ultimately it is a draw between Levon, Aronian and Nepomniachtchi, who are having a good giggle about it.
Well, they sure did. It was a game of checkers at the end. It just looks like Black had all of his pieces. Well, the pawn should really be on G7. And then it would be a game of checkers. You know, you got all the light squares, I got all the dark squares, and we are in balance. A draw.
And indeed, by the way, in the game between Ivan Saric and Vidit, Queen B3 was played.
Yeah, it's really hard not to play that move. That move looks like it just... Again, for
6 seconds for Vidit.
For Vidit, I just really feel like,
It's not been his day.
Not at all. 20
It's a
seconds.
nightmare start to lose all 3 games, especially because it's a Grand Chess Tour event.
Yeah.
And you feel like, I'm going to play the world's best. I'm going to show them what I've got.
Right, and you're a wild card, and you want the organizers to be proud of the choice that they made, inviting you to the
chosen
tournament. Okay, so here I'm attracted to the move f4, just to kick this rook off.
Knight c3 chosen.
Knight c3 is good.
Not bad at all. So there's no choice. We've got to take on e1.
He takes
take
it,
on e1. We've got to play rook to d8. No choice.
And
now
if
after
you
rook d1,
keep the pin going.
King e6.
You'll have to go king e6.
Yes, of course. And I'm just holding on as best I can. What can I say? Let me just refresh my board, everybody.
It's not the kind of move that makes you proud, but needs must. And indeed, king e6 played.
Tony Miles had this marvelous expression. I'm doing my best grovel. And I have this image of a grovel. By the way, can I transpose into a king and pawn endgame? Like I can go king takes g2 and then trade everybody and I'm just a pawn up. That should be a win.
It's not like black threatens an awful lot.
Yeah, by the way, king takes g2.
Played.
Right, 17 seconds, and what a misery this position is for black. I mean, there's just no moves.
Okay, b5. Threat of b4. There you go.
Queen takes b5, knight e3, double check. I got to show that. I got to just show that. Which double check do we like best? This one.
Yes.
And you have to go, and guess what? It's mate on the next.
But
that's
a beautiful move. But you know something?
What?
Because there's so many pins.
Yeah.
King f3.
Are you going to play king e4 and put as much pressure as you can on the
what can black play?
I know.
If he goes queen c4, okay, and then we see knight takes knight.
And everything's
hang
getting
on a second.
traded. Yes. We still have king f3.
Yeah, you can go king f3, then trade everything. King e3 should be easily winning.
Easily winning. We're pawn up and a king upon endgame.
King
and
F3.
He's done king f3.
He didn't have to take though.
He should have waited for b4.
Yeah,
king
go
f3,
king f3.
Play b4.
And now king e5. But black has won the game of king of the hill. But
Right. Oh, yes, indeed. For those of you who don't know, there's a chess variant, king of the hill. The first player to put their king in the very central of the board is the winner. Are you a variant player, by the way? I like chess variants myself.
no. I was trying them during the
No
pandemic.
bug house.
No.
Nothing of that nature. Okay, so what we're trying to do is we're trying to create a candidate pass pawn over there on the queen side, and we're going to use it as a decoy. We want black's king all the way over on the queen side so that eventually we will make a triumphant munching of the king side. So g4, I like this move a lot with the idea of playing f4. And I think g4 is a really, really good start.
And the problem is that black eventually has to give ground with the king.
Yes.
And this will allow the white king to step forward.
h6.
h6 played.
I'd probably play h4. I don't want to play f4 and maybe allow f5. My king might have a hard time finding a route to the king side. h4 with the idea of h5, however, followed by king e4. Maybe even king e4 is a good starter, keeping the opposition.
King
there
E4
you go, king
played.
e4. Yeah, I think white's in cruise mode now.
Yeah, and black king just simply has to start waiting.
Exactly. And
there you go, b4.
So it's time for h4. Or h4. Possibly a3?
I like h4.
Okay. So does Ivan.
Yeah, and Vidit, 27 seconds.
And
he
handshake.
stands his hand in
Wow.
resignation. And
Whew, what a bad start. There's no sugarcoating that one. Let's jump to the game of Anish Giri and Gukesh. Gukesh trying to save his first day. Ooh, by the way, White completely doing great here.
Bishop comes to e5.
Okay.
16 seconds for Gukesh. It's ticking down already, down to 11. I'm
Isn't it
expecting
time
him
for
to activate the knight. It's not
yeah,
working.
knight f3, right?
Knight f3.
And then knight h4. Ooh, I'm not sure I like rook d2. I like knight h4, by the way, very much.
And a very quick move there by Giri. Queen to f5, offering a trade. Gukesh says
Queen
no.
d1. Queen
I don't know,
e4.
he's setting up Queen e4, yeah.
Wait a minute, remember what we were just talking about, absolute pins? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, rook sorry.
Can you not go
rook
rook
c3.
f5?
Rook c3, yeah, rook f5.
And then rook, okay, but now can you do a count? No. Can you counter? Yes, rook takes pawn.
Don't like
Yeah, and that's been given a question mark.
Queen b3.
White's winning.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. We've got queen b7.
Set up another pin.
This is such a bizarre tactical sequence. It's almost like a puzzle rush sequence.
Ooh, Queen a2, we've been told, is strong.
Queen a2.
That's
Now
intuitive.
that's a nasty, nasty move to keep that absolute pin and win the pawn on c4 too, by the way. I like queen a2. At first I thought queen b7.
Queen a4 just as good.
Just as good.
Again, with the threat of queen takes c4. Setting up that pin. Rook takes queen, obviously. Obviously, yeah, I forgot about the the immediate thing in front of me.
That's powerful. And
has to
queen
move.
f5. What else? Queen takes c4. Thank you for the pawn. Get the king out of the way. I don't know where. No, queen f7.
Queen f7.
I'm not sure that was good. There's a rook check. That's very unfriendly. Rook check it is. You can't take the rook.
Wow, rook check
wins on the spot, right? No?
No, queen check would win on a spot. After rook check, bishop f8, black is still fighting, believe it or not.
Bishop f8.
So queen c8 was the other way of...
And he's found it.
Yep. So now it's
queen c8.
Just a pawn. Yeah, now it's just...
Because then we would have had knight e5. Ah, thank you, Miro. That is a very important point. By the way, knight e5, queen takes e8. That is just, that's a position you know you're going to lose, but you have to fight anyway.
Not so much time to fight though.
Rook
46
f5.
seconds for Anish.
He is defending remarkably.
9 seconds for Gukesh.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Queen takes
The queens have
f7.
come off.
What a relief. Anish is almost out of the danger zone.
Well,
this is really remarkable.
Machine just thinks it's equal, you know.
Wow.
So that's,
I mean,
that's a huge miss.
Rook f6 there, covering the e6 square, and h-pawn starts motoring.
Well, the dream, of course, is to put the pawn on
But what
h5.
about this one, h5?
Yes.
Then this allows Gukesh to post up a knight onto g5, although what's the progress from there is unclear.
Well, what I think he really wanted to do is post a knight on a light square. On the dark square, you can get chased back,
Sure
as
enough.
we're seeing. He needed a structure where he'd have a g6 outpost and or an f5 outpost. At this moment, with the pawn structure as it is, the knight's not going to play the great role we hoped it would. Okay, we've got to keep the knight. 3 versus 2, no chances. So we've got to play knight to e4 and to try to maneuver around.
He's
Knight
got his knight
f3.
on f3.
Okay, again, where are we? By the way, is this the remaining game?
No, there's still one more game remaining between Wesley So and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
If you don't mind, I will jump to that game.
Pop into that one. It's also a situation.
Also an extra pawn.
Yeah.
How remarkable is that? So this game is between our two leaders, if you don't mind me using that. MVL, he is our tournament leader. He won both games to start today's Rapid Chess, and Wesley So won and drew, so a point behind Maxime. And we would assume knight to f6, plant that knight on that great square.
I'm trying to figure out when was the last pawn move in this particular game.
I think we're going to see e4 in a very immediate way. So I'm thinking knight f6, e4 takes, bishop takes, something like knight f6, e4 takes, although maybe something also to be said for king e6, takes, king f7.
The last pawn move was on move 50.
Wait a second. The one you have on your analysis board, Yasser,
Yes.
Isn't it knight takes bishop, king e6?
Also?
I mean, I'll have to check this one.
Yeah, no, but but he has played knight f6. But I mean, if I don't play e4,
yeah,
black is just waiting. Black is waiting with king to d6 and king to e7.
Absolutely. And if you go e4, then black can exchange
twice.
everything, go king e6, and it's a draw.
On the spot, I agree.
Yeah. So that means
so king to d6.
Not much to be done.
E4, pawn, or with the knight, doesn't matter. And this is how you make a draw.
Well, Wesley touched his bishop. He reached for bishop b3.
And they are playing touch move.
They are certainly playing touch move. And
so, whoa. Okay, so the immediate knight e4 would have been met by bishop f7. And that has shades of Taimanov and Fischer all over it. Bishop to d5. Of course, Bobby Fischer famously won a candidates match 6-0 against Mark Taimanov.
knight g4 played.
Okay, is it time? No, it's not time to play e4.
Wesley
Knight
wants
h6.
Yeah.
What?
Wait a second. Isn't it kind of the easiest way? You get the king on f6, and you just move the knight here and back, and
With the
here and
king,
back.
well, the knight comes to f7, drives the king away.
Yeah,
King
king
f6.
f6. And you get to h6, and you're always going to have one square, either g4 or f7 or g8 for the
Okay,
knight,
the king comes around to c6. It's going to snake its way to d7, and
There goes an errant
nice.
here.
Fair enough, yeah. Like getting the king around f8 might actually be
Well, we
easy.
do have check and knight to e6.
Anyway, this is quite a tricky one.
Yes.
This is quite a tricky one. Let me check.
Was the other game a draw?
no.
they're
Still very much
going.
in
All right.
progress.
Let me jump to it, as we do expect MVL to hold this inferior ending. But where is the other Ivan Sar? No, sorry. Wesley and Gukesh. Gukesh Anish. So here we're seeing knight and bishop in one case, but here with the extra rook.
The structure in both games identical. The pawn
Exactly.
positioning, precisely similar.
But okay, if the rooks come off in this particular version,
Yeah.
Zero chance.
zero chance.
I guess.
Draw,
Yeah.
And in
Is
the
it-
other one, we see that the
Even
roles are
even
reversed.
0-0. Yes.
Okay, like zero, maybe I'm exaggerating, but feeling should be relatively simple draw.
So if I'm white, the one trick I can imagine myself working is f5 check
Knight f4,
followed by knight f4. Now in this moment, the arbiters would interfere and say illegal. But I'm thinking that for Gukesh, that's what he's got to try to set up if he hopes. King e4, no way.
King f3.
And immediately I would play rook a3 if I'm in Anish's shoes.
And he does. King e3, and now it's Anish to
Cleverly.
play.
So clever moves include bishop all the way down on the diagonals. Those are very clever moves.
Some hesitation from Anish. You can see him reaching for the king, for the bishop.
Yeah, a little bit.
Wow.
But he has to wait in a good way. Whoa.
Beautiful draw by MVL. Okay, it's not a draw yet, but he found a really nice.
Good setup.
Yep.
Shall we
Okay.
head?
Yeah, because we
just checking bishop to g7.
Okay.
And all
And
right.
let's go over to the game between Wesley and MVL, and you see the players are repeating. The kings are in opposition with each other, and it is a draw. Well,
So he did achieve the maximum, did Wesley. He got his king all the way to f8, and then with the two pawns on f5, h5, the extra g3 pawn was useless. Let's go, excuse me. Let's go to the game. Is this now our remaining game?
this is our remaining game.
Okay, Anish trying to hold the inferior side. He's a pawn down. What a trap this last move set up. It invites f5, which would immediately be met by bishop h6, and you'd be feeling so terrible.
Well, the king has stepped forward. It's been checked away, though.
Wait a minute.
How far can you go?
I said,
Is that how
right,
it's
that
gonna
was my
look?
question. Maybe it was time to go boldly marching up the board. This doesn't look like we're getting anywhere.
Seconds.
We're not getting anywhere here with this. Rook d5. How many seconds did you say?
Yeah, so he had 13 seconds. He has 13 seconds now. And Anish just played king e6. So 10 seconds on the clock. It's ticking down.
So he had made his
It's not
previous move
easy.
with 3 seconds on his clock.
And then we've reached this position before.
Right, I was going to say again, f5 check and knight f4 is the sole idea. We just have to do it when we're not in a pin. And Gukesh is doing his best. Maybe he can bring his king to h3. Can he go king f1? No.
F3, rook a3 is going to be
That
the answer.
might-
Hang on a second. How many
We've been
times
here before.
have we been in this position?
For sure, he just made that move, bishop g7.
You can feel
A
he's
while
not
ago.
very experienced, right? Like in hovering around with the pieces.
Right.
Okay, can you go rook b1, rook d1, and then bring the king to h3 and then free your pieces that way? Still a draw, of course.
Of course.
6 seconds.
King e4. Now this
to block on b4. Okay,
But
something
he's had this
changes.
possibility for a long time.
just don't.
All right.
Don't. Oh, he traded.
He traded, yes. It
Good.
should be
Bishop to
a relatively
c3.
easy draw, I would think.
Knight has to come back just to keep the bishop safely away from the e1 square. Yeah, first impressions are this is a very easy draw, no?
Is there even a plan?
If there is a plan, once again, it's playing for f5,
Well,
putting my knight on e3.
We've seen from Gukesh's game against Prague that the dream is to swap off the bishop for the knight and then get in this f5 move.
Right. Good luck.
It's a dream.
Look, you know, we just give the marching orders and we let others accomplish the mission. Yeah, this does feel really safe-ish, doesn't it?
King f3.
Bishop back to e1. I mean, it's not that I was afraid of g4 in any measure. I'm ready to meet g4 with h takes g4. But it just felt like good form.
Well, you can go king g2 to get it to h3 and then push for g4. Although, what have I achieved?
You're right, that's the question. I like this move. Knight e3. Maybe On a good day, I can do it in a better way. Knight e3 and g4.
So the big problem for white, though, is white doesn't have any stable squares for the knight.
No, exactly. And the stable squares are these dark squares. Yeah. It wasn't the right structure to have. So I can go knight g2 and g4, yay, but that is just a draw.
And if you move the white pawns one row up the board, like say you had white's f5, g4, h5.
I feel more enthusiastic. I don't know if I gotten anywhere, but it just feels so much better, Jovi. It's like I like the determination and the grit with that Gukesh played that move, knight b6. Like, yeah, gotcha, knight b6. Right?
Knight to e3.
Right. Again, we're just looking for some kind of a moment where we could play f5 and then magically play knight f4.
You can do it. You can do it now.
Yeah, but the problem is after f5, I need to play knight f4 right here.
Yeah,
if I go check, I'm not picking up the h5 pawn. But if I could have played knight f4, not that that was winning either. I mean, it's a tragedy of the position.
20 seconds for Gukesh.
But when you're in a position where you're pawn up, you feel like you have an obligation to play for a win, even when you know the position is objectively a draw.
Right.
I mean,
and we've seen that trap, you know, f5 with the idea of putting a knight on f4.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a great idea to kind of mess around with moves.
Absolutely.
Lull your opponent into a false sense of security. Like for instance here, now you can go knight to e2.
Yep. And I do, in fact, believe they've reached a position like this, not identical. To his credit, by the way, I mean, Anish has played incredibly fast. By the way, I think, yeah, I mean, at a certain moment you had to play g4, otherwise they were meeting the 3-move repetition claim. They were getting close. Yeah. Well, now, unfortunately for Gukesh, everything is even. There are times, Miro, when I feel that Anish could have been like the greatest player in the world. Sometimes he's just unbeatable. He gets positions that he just plays really well. And we saw him at his very best the last round of Bucharest. Literally, once he got that winning position against Fabi,
yeah,
flawless.
Close to perfect technique.
Yeah, flawless.
Probably just perfect. Yeah.
And the way he's handling his business in this ending, very impressive. I mean, it just feels like Gukesh really never had a chance with his extra pawn.
I don't quite get it. What's going on here?
No. Well, finally we've got the setup. We want pawn on g6, king on g7, bishop. I was going to say bishop patrolling the long diagonal. Nothing can really go wrong. Probably I would have kept my bishop myself on the f6 square and just gone king h6 and said, okay, what are you going to do? King h6, king g7, bishop f6 kind of prevents both knight e5 and knight g5. And let me just refresh my board. Well, I must say that today's broadcast, comparing with the Bucharest broadcast, has been a very, are you ready for it? Rapid day of broadcasting. It's gone by very quickly today.
Yeah, I mean, the games have been so entertaining.
Truly.
We've seen opposite side castling, we've seen excellent preparation, we've seen fantastic counterattacks.
Right.
And
great saves.
Great saves.
Yeah.
Bishop coming back to e7. I mean, it's really had all the storylines. And so this is why I feel like the future of chess
Might be
just in rapid.
Yeah, it might just be more. And we saw the brilliancy, a sparkling tactical game played by Levon against Vidit. Unfortunately for Vidit, I mean, he's been victimized by some really great play. Ivan Saric just won against him. And
I think one of the problems with classical chess is just the preparation.
It's just so good. The guys are just so good. They defend tenaciously and they hold these games. Gukesh doing his best, but
I'll tell you
not
something.
getting much.
We are getting close to breaking a record, though,
What's
because
that?
the longest game was 115 moves
And where
played
do we
last
stand?
year between Caruana and Nepo. That was a draw, and we are now on 111. So we
I
can
think
crack
we're gonna
open the champagne, guys.
I think we're gonna. I mean, in snooker, when they score a century, everybody cheers. In jazz, everybody groans. I mean, a very dubious distinction.
I think
Breaking the record for the longest game. Yay, I think. Yeah, this is exactly the setup.
It's desperate. One of the best moves in the position is to capture on G6.
Oh, we have H5. Oh, no.
Wait a second.
Hang on a second.
That's it. These
115. 116. We've broken it, though.
By one?
By one move.
There was a power lifter in the Olympiads from the Soviet Union who used to break his own world records by like a half a kilo at a time. He had like 24. But let's jump to Zagreb and Cristian with a special guest.
Thanks, guys. I am indeed with a local hero, Ivan Saric, here in Croatia. Ivan, first of all, welcome to the GCT. Welcome back to the GCT. How did you get ready for this tournament? You knew it's coming.
Yeah, okay. I knew it the year before almost. I tried to play some blitz games, sparring games, practice a bit, and I had like 1 month of a break, let's say, because I had a very busy spring, and then from June basically I was completely free and I was at home and just doing some online blitz. Basically, this format is the best way when it's the only chess where you can basically prepare just by playing online blitz and call that a working, you know. Otherwise, when you play classical, you have to do some really
it's the most pleasant way.
Yeah. Here you can just, sit at home and go on leeches or chess.com and play some blitz. So, yeah, that was mostly it. And then some part was just thinking which lines to choose because, last year I was always playing e4, and this year I decided to include a bit some other stuff, and this knight f3 proved to be very well.
Let's, in fact, talk about it because it did seem like you surprised.
He seemed like completely surprised. This is actually a very topical line. And black has to go knight c2, d5, c takes d5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now knight a1, since ed5 drops piece to e4. And
that's a nice...
knight h4, sorry. I mean, ed5 is immediately losing. So black has to take on a1.
Mm-hmm.
And then...
excuse me.
Yeah, there are a lot of options. e4, bishop e4, d6, fe6, knight c3, and the line goes on. White is rook down, but he has 2 pawns. Also, black king will remain in the center. Now
Definitely a good opening for rapid chess, right? Especially.
Yeah, I think practically it's very tricky, and so I decided to go with the move c4. I decided to go for this line because then if black doesn't go for knight b4, then he's bit worse. So knight b4 is critical, but then this line is dangerous.
And
although objectively fine for black. But
this is still fine, even after knight to c2?
I think this was a very strange combination of moves. I thought I'm already clearly better, but maybe it's not much, but I thought it's like almost over because he will lose some pawn. I was expecting knight f6, to be honest, here. And queen b7 and castle, bishop f4, and so like pawn up.
probably the much better option for him.
Yeah.
Just get a king castle.
Also, like long castle doesn't work for him earlier because f7 is hanging, and then eventually I can just trade queens, bishop e3 and take on g2 later, but okay, this still might have been a best option for black.
Better option.
Yes.
Yeah, after c6 it felt like...
I think the point of c6 is just to show it, if he goes knight f6, I mean d5, sorry, c6, d5, point of d5 is I can play d6, queen d6, bishop f4, and now rook d1 is coming. For example, even like if queen c5, I can even go b4. I mean, other moves win, but queen b4, rook b1, rook b7, it's just complete collapse. So
yeah, very nice, very nicely calculated. And he decided to go for...
Yeah, I think rook d8 was best. And then I saw this idea with rook d1. I'm not sure was it the best way for white to play, but I kind of thought at least I will take some pawns on the queen side, and in the worst case. And although I didn't believe that black can somehow unpin from this, his king is very bad, and I didn't believe he can include the rook from h8 into the game. And yeah, the rest was somehow...
The rest was pretty smooth after this one. You never let go of the advantage. Now, talk to us a bit about the time situation, because it seems like management of the clock is very, very important in this one. How do you manage your time expenditure?
Well, my experience has taught me that in Rapid, the first time you should think when you're out of the book, and you should not spend like 1 minute or less, but sometimes even like 4 or 5 when you're out of the book for the first time, because I often made such a stupid moves and the game was immediately over. So I think that's the first part, and then the rest is it's hard to say. I mean, there is no secret recipe or something. It's just depending on the position.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Ivan, for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and congratulations to Ivan on his score. And let's take a look at the standings.
Absolutely. It's
Three
been
eventful rounds.
Eventful day at the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's tournament leader with 5 points. That's 2 wins and a draw. Fabiano, Caruana, Wesley So, they are 1 point behind with 4 points. And then we have Jan, Anish, Alireza, Levon, and Ivan Saric. They are all on 3 points, so anything can happen tomorrow.
Who predicted MVL?
Absolutely, that is definitely a revelation for the first day. And this is what our schedule looks like. So tomorrow there'll be another 3 games of Rapid, as is the case on Friday. And on the weekend, this is where the Blitz portion kicks in, where time gets slashed, pressure gets increased, and we enjoy 18 rounds of Blitz.
Absolutely. Miro, I have to say that the broadcast just goes
it's much easier on us.
Really fast. Yeah.
Right you are. However, I do have one complaint.
Complaint, please.
Yes, too many draws. And I love how on our standings and the result of last round, we're trying to mask it by pointing like 1 point to each other, because it's a double score system. It looks like a lot of wins, right? But yeah, so I do have complaints.
Okay.
Well, one person who did deliver on the scoring system, that was Levon with his spectacular win in round 2. And we have Cristian with Levon.
And we'll definitely talk about that victory, Levon. It just feels like you're having fun playing chess right now. And I also mentioned your secret training routine that you mentioned to me last night, but care to elaborate on that, maybe? Give us some insights into that?
Well, if I elaborate on it, it won't be secret anymore. But I'm willing to consider your offerings, and then maybe I will tell you.
How about this? If you win the tournament, you share some insights with us.
Yes.
Does that work?
We have a deal.
We have a deal. Perfect. Now, since we got this out of the way, let's talk about this one. Your game against Vidit.
Yes.
You came up with this brilliant idea, f6. What was this? Was this preparation?
Actually, during the game, I didn't remember. But I knew that there is some sort of idea like this. So, and then I just had to start finding things, because I thought here for some time. I remember that if I make a castle first, then maybe h4, h5 is unpleasant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Castle here, yeah?
Yeah. So maybe h4, and now f6, h5.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't remember like full details. Therefore, I thought, okay, I have to play f6 first. Then he takes castle. And then I thought, okay, and now h5, you know, is a different story, yeah? And I remembered that b5 is met with d5. This I remembered, yeah.
And he did play b5?
Yeah, I was actually more thinking that he would go for like a castle, rook f6, and knight c3. Yeah, this is kind of pleasant for white, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
You said that you were in your preparation, yet you were spending some time.
Yes.
You had some problems in the first game with your clock.
Yes.
You really wanted to change that, flip the script. How did you adjust?
Well, I mean, this type of position is so sharp that if you mix something up,
yes,
you're going to regret it a lot. So I didn't want to be, you know, having a terrible tournament.
Regrets.
Yes, I didn't want. No regretarian. Yeah.
You wanted to live your way.
Yes. I wanted to have la vie en rose.
Very nice.
Yes.
Very nice. Knight to g4. To be honest, I actually thought when you played this move queen to b3 that you missed this move knight to g4. How did you assess it? Because again, the engine is saying you're completely fine. But why is that?
No, I remember that queen b3 at some point is very important. And it does look very important because, well, I need to really do something about this pawn. Although, yeah, the computer shows that I can take rook f6. I didn't remember any of this, yeah. But I remember, maybe it's after, I'm not sure. Well, anyway, I saw knight g4 and I thought bishop g5 was the biggie.
Yep.
I thought that, you know, queen a2 I'll take and then rook c8 or...
You were not worried about him being able to castle and then being just the pawn down?
No, I mean, he was already down on time, so I thought, you know, it's a practical decision.
You're the one pressing in this one.
And here I was already very happy. Yeah, here I was very happy. I thought that this queen c7 I didn't believe in. I thought just check takes, things will work out.
Perhaps for a good reason, because his king never got back to safety after this one, and you capitalized on this really nicely. Queen to d4, bishop to g4. How are you feeling this shape? You got the call that you're going to play this tournament not many days ago. How do you feel about your shape?
Well, I was very upset about losing the first game, but now I'm back on 50%, so now I'm feeling good. You know, back in the tournament.
Well,
yeah.
Still plenty of games to go. You're definitely warming up, seems to be the case. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow, Levon.
Thanks.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Levon. Really a sparkling victory, and it's always good to see Levon in great shape.
Absolutely. He is one of the world's most creative players, so I agree. And well, we've had such a great day of action.
It
has flown past,
it really
as you mentioned.
Wow. Can't believe it's over. Miro, how did that happen?
I don't know. It was much easier.
I'm almost expecting another round. I mean,
the tremendous difference, Yasser, is that those long, boring, drawish end games only take you like 10 minutes to watch.
We got through.
We got through them relatively easy.
Painlessly.
Painlessly.
Right. Yeah.
And there's been a lot of exciting games. Yeah,
there really has.
Series.
We saw this gambit of the two pawns with f6 and e5. Levon mentioned that he had seen that pattern before, but the way the game evolved, I'm not familiar with that. That whole f6 e5 breakthrough. It was very beautiful.
Yeah, and we're going to go to Croatia and say hello to Anastasiya and Cristian. What an exciting
guys. How are we
day.
doing on predictions after day one? Yes, absolutely. Maybe we can take a look at the predictions.
Yes, I'm also curious, what they...
Doesn't seem like we have them yet.
Yes, okay.
But I'm feeling quite good about mine. How are you feeling about day one?
I'm feeling good. Levon is doing well. I think he's in a good shape, in a good mood. We just saw him here. I'm feeling that also players having fun also between the rounds. They're chatting with each other. We were discussing also football match. You can find all these backstage videos in our social media accounts. Don't forget to go to Grand Chess Store and grab all this information there and leave your comments. We're waiting for you there, guys. So you can find all these videos there.
And I feel Miro has some PTSD after Romania with all the draws, and he was mentioning way too many draws. But I did the calculation, I did the math, and we have an average of 2 decisive results per round, which is quite good. And I actually have a feeling it's going to increase. Definitely exciting chess from Zagreb here in Croatia. I cannot wait for day 2 to happen and see what these brilliant players will bring to the tables. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
See you.
Thank you, Anastasiya. And Cristian, just peeking ahead, by the way, fabulous games tomorrow. We're going to have round 4 coming up, and I just wanted to look and see what we've got. MVL is going to be playing Gukesh.
Well, we can see it on our screens. Alireza Firouzja plays white against Anish.
That's
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, as Yasser highlighted, he's a tournament leader. He plays young Gukesh. Then Vidit, who had a terrible time today, he will be looking to bounce back with the white pieces against Wesley So. Nepomniachtchi will be looking to break his drawing streak.
Can he do it?
Can he do it? He's got the white pieces against local wildcard Ivan Saric, and then we have Fabiano Caruana against his compatriot Levon Aronian.
Battle for St. Louis pride right there at the bottom of table number 5.
He's going to be the best on the block.
That's right. That's the question we have to have.
That is the question. And it's been a fabulous day of chess so far. Thank you everyone for joining us and watching, and look forward to more of the action tomorrow. You don't want to miss it.
See you all tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.